Hide the planet! Hide the planet!
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're here to do HackerFrogs after school. We're going to be doing some different activities today. We've got 3 things lined up, so please look forward to that. What are we going to be doing today? So the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing our last Bipolar on YouTube says, "What's up, Frog King?" Frog King, that's interesting. What is up, Bipolar? Nice to see you here. The first thing we're going to be doing in today's stream is we're going to be doing the last session for network hacking, our network hacking course, over at HackerFrogs After School. Today we're going to be finishing our look over at privilege escalation over on Linux, and that's going to be some fun times. We're going to be covering a few different privilege escalation techniques that you'll use to finish off these network CTF boxes. So that's going to be in the first hour of today's stream, and in the next hour of today's stream, the second hour, we're going to be doing, let's see, the over-the-wire Natas game. So over-the-wire Natas is a series of CTF labs where your goal is to level up by getting the password for the next level. And these exercises all teach about web app security. So if you're interested in learning about web app security, then today is your day because it is Web App Wednesday. We're going to be doubling up on our web app stuff. First, we're going to be doing a demonstration on how to do these web app exercises. Today, we're going to be doing stuff like insecure file upload, and we're also going to be doing XOR cookie encryption. That's going to be a lot of fun. And the second thing we're going to be doing is, Bipolar says, are we going to be attacking the web app? Yeah, we're going to be doing some security testing against web applications. This is all legal stuff because we're only going to be attacking educational resources, so we're not going to be attacking any old website. It's all about learning and having fun. Okay, so we're going to be doing our demonstration in the second hour on the Natas game from Over the Wire. And in the third and fourth hours of today's stream, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be challenging some new levels from the Natas game. So we're currently on level 16 of the Natas game. And the difficulty level has ramped up in these latest challenges. And we might need your help to help finish these challenges starting at level 16. These are more web app challenges, and they're going to be covering some advanced web app topics. Well, more advanced web app topics anyways, and I hope you can stick around for that. But let's go ahead and start our first piece of content for today, and we're going to be working at the Tryhackme platform. If you don't have an account at Tryhackme, you can make a free account over at this website over here. I'm providing it to the chat. And afterwards, what you want to do is you want to log into your Tryhackme account and then access this link over here. We're going to be learning about Linux privilege escalation techniques. So privilege escalation techniques are basically ways in which you can upgrade your access on a system. And we're going to be talking about some Linux exclusive techniques to do that. So let's go ahead and get started. All right, where are we? Here. Okay. So welcome to HackerFrogs After School. This is the 10th session for network hacking. So we've already done 10 sessions of network hacking, and by now we should have a collection of techniques that we can use to compromise network servers out there. Let's see. Jake Mr. Hack says, when I say web app, are you talking about every bug, SQLI, XSS? Yeah, we're going to be talking about a few of those. We can't cover all the topics in one day, of course, but today we're going to be talking about insecure file upload, and we're going to be talking about, what else are we going to be talking about? Insecure file upload, and we're probably going to be talking about SQL injection as well. Okay, so we've already done 10 of these network hacking sessions, and this is going to be the last one for this course. Let's go over the concepts we covered in the previous session. So in the previous session, we talked about privilege escalation. Privilege escalation. OreoBite says, yeah. Well, sometimes we talk about the forbidden platform, which is called exploit. Anyways, privilege escalation, otherwise known as Priv-esque, is the act of upgrading the level of access on a system, typically through abusing insecure settings or capturing credentials. So when we talk about privilege escalation, that means getting more access. So we talked about 3 different techniques in the previous session. We talked about Priv-esque via sudo commands. So if a user has access to sudo, that is root access with any command, there's the possibility of abusing that command for privilege escalation. So, and another topic we talked about was Priv-esque via SUID binaries. And SUID binaries are commands that are run in the context of the file's owner by default. Most SUID binaries are owned by the root user, and certain SUID binaries can be used for privilege escalation. We talked about using SUID to do privilege escalation, and the last thing we talked about for privilege escalation in the previous session was privilege escalation via kernel exploits. So kernel exploits are hacks that target the lowest level of operations in an operating system. Typically, older versions of operating systems are vulnerable to kernel exploits, and usually when you're dealing with Linux kernel exploits, you have to compile a program to do the exploitation. So we talked about that in the previous session. And let's go ahead and move on to today's session. And today's session, we're going to be talking about the following methods of privilege escalation in Linux. First of all, we're going to be talking about privilege escalation via path hijacking. So path hijacking is it mostly has to do with the logic of the commands that are being run. We'll talk about it in depth a little bit later. We're going to be talking about privilege escalation via capabilities. Well, capabilities are a way of giving very specific functionality to different binaries, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. It can be used for privilege escalation. And a more common type of privilege escalation is privilege escalation via cron jobs. We're going to be talking about what cron jobs are and how they can be used for privilege escalation, and then we'll do our wrap up. Of course, while we're talking about these things, we're also going to be doing some hands-on demonstrations of how these privilege escalation vectors work. All right, so like we said before, we're going to be using a Tryhackme room to learn about privilege escalation. It's going to be the same privilege escalation room that we used in the previous session. And if you want to join on, follow along with us, you want to go over to this room over here. Okay, so if you haven't already joined the room, there's going to be a green Join Room button after you arrive at the web page and after you've logged in. So you want to click on this green button over here. It's labeled Join Room. After you click on that, then you will be able to access the rest of the materials in the room. So after you do that, what we're going to do is we're going to first talk about, which one are we talking about first? Just a second. We're talking about path hijacking. Okay, so over here, path hijacking is task number 10 in this room. So please click into task number 10. And then what you want to do after you do that is you want to click on the green Start Machine button under task number 10. Because that's the each one of these tasks is going to have a different virtual machine that we need to use to access and get and then do our demonstrations on. So it looks like there is no split screen for this machine, so we're going to have to use the attack box as well. So after you click on the green Start Machine button under task number 10, I want you to go up to the top of the web page and then click on the Start Attack Box button over here. So the attack box is a virtual machine that we're going to be using to access the vulnerable machine. So we see here under the red header here, it says target machine information. So this is a virtual machine that's being deployed, and it has an IP address, and this is the machine that we're going to be accessing using our attack box virtual machine over here. So there are two virtual machines that are being deployed in order to learn about this. So we just need to wait for the attack box to finish initializing here. It's going to take about another minute and a half. So what we're going to do before we access the attack box is we're going to talk a little bit about the type of privilege escalation that we're going to be using. So over here, we're talking about privilege escalation via path hijacking. That one Sleepy Rat says, HackerFrogs Unite. HackerFrogs Unite, thank you very much for the kind words. That one Sleepy Rat on Twitch. How about you have a Hack the Planet on me?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in the...
Okay, so what is this path hijacking privilege escalation we're talking about? So in Linux, the path variable is a list of directories where the system will look for command binaries. So every time you give a command inside of Linux, whether it's the ls command or the whoami command or the cd command, the system has to look for those programs inside of a bunch of different directories. So we'll demonstrate this when the attack box virtual machine comes online. So for example, if you use the whoami command, Linux will first look in the user local sbin directory. So that's the first one that shows up in the path over here. And if it's not there, then it will go to the user local bin directory. That's the second directory that's indicated in this path over here. And it's going to just keep on looking in these directories until it finds the whoami command. If it can't find the whoami command in any of these directories, then it's going to say command not found. So basically the path is very important for Linux because those are the directories where it's going to look for all of these commands inside of Linux. Okay, so let's go back to Tryhackme. And in Tryhackme, we see that the attack box has finished initializing because we can see the desktop now. So we can go ahead and click into the terminal, and we're going to hit enter to dismiss the terminal. After we do that, what we want to do is we want to make this interface nice and big so that it's not so cramped. And we're going to do that by going to the center of the screen, and then we're going to go down to the bottom. So located slightly to the right, there's going to be this button right here, which is labeled View in Full Screen. This is going to let us see the attack box desktop in a full browser tab, as opposed to a half browser tab, which is a lot more convenient for us. Someone says, really, we live in such different time zones. Really want to stay longer, but you need to go to sleep. You can always watch the VODs afterwards. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't. I can't stream 24 hours a day because I can only stream when I'm awake over here. But thank you very much for your support. And why don't you go ahead and have a Nyan Cat redeem? Here you go. So someone go ahead and get some rest, and maybe you can watch this video after you wake up tomorrow. But yeah, I really appreciate all my international viewers as well. Okay, so we see that the attack box desktop is now in full screen. What we want to do is we want to start up a terminal in here. So the attack box is a full-fledged Linux security distribution. So we can click on any one of these terminal shortcuts here to open up the terminal. And what I mean by a security distribution is basically a version of Linux with a bunch of security tools already installed on it. So after we start up our terminal, we want to make it nice and big. We can either go to the View Zoom In button over here, or we can use the keyboard shortcut Control-Shift+, and that's going to make the terminal bigger. Okay, someone says, appreciate you taking your free time to teach us. Take care of yourself and good night. Good night, someone. Have a great night, and we'll see you next time. Okay, so we've got our machine over here. What we need to do now is we need to access the vulnerable virtual machine, and we can do that by accessing it via SSH. So we're going to go back to the Tryhackme webpage over here, and we see here that we've got an IP address for the machine. So target machine information, target IP address. We can click on this button over here to copy the IP address to our clipboard, and then we can paste it into our clipboard. And we're going to do that over at the attack box terminal, and we're going to go over to the right and then down to the middle. There's this button over here that's called Hide Show Control Bar. We need to click on that, and then we need to click on the clipboard over here. Then in the clipboard, we need to paste in the IP address. So after we do that, we're going to close out, we're going to hide the control bar, and then in our terminal, we're going to paste in the IP address. Okay. After we do that, we're going to use the SSH command to access the server. So we can do SSH space, and then the name of the account that we're using today is the Karen account. So we just type in Karen, and then the @ symbol to indicate that this is a user at a certain server over here. So Karen at whatever IP address is here. After that, hit enter. And then it's going to say, do you want to continue connecting? The answer is yes. They're going to ask for the password. The password for this user is going to be here. So the password is password1 with P capitalized, and that's it. Okay, so over here, type in capital PASSWORD 1, hit enter, and now we're logged in. Or at least I hope we're logged in. Did I type in something wrong? Let me check the username again. The username is Karen. Okay, the password is password1. Okay, so it just took a while, but we're now logged in. Okay, so we see here that we've got access to this remote server now. If we ask who am I, it says we are the Karen user. And what are we learning about today? We're learning about path hijacking. So let's talk about the path for just a little bit. Jake Mr. Axe says, have you finished all the tracks on Tryhackme? No, I have not finished all the tracks on Tryhackme. There are too many of them. I've done quite a few rooms in Tryhackme, but I don't think I've done very much of the paths. But thank you very much for asking about that. Okay, so if you want to find out what the path variable is inside of Linux, you can give this command right here, echo $path. It's going to give you all of the directories in the path and the order of the path as well. So there's a bunch of directories here, and they're all delimited by these colons. So each time a colon appears over here, that's going to be a different directory. So all of your typical Linux commands are going to be in the bin directory, or in the user sbin directory, or in the user bin directory. So stuff like ls, cd, who am I, etc., etc. They're all going to be in those common directories. And these are all of the directories where we're looking for commands inside of Linux. So how do we take advantage of this? So first of all, we probably want to take a look at what's in our home directory. So I'm just going to go into the home Karen directory. Can't cd to home Karen. Okay. So there's a Matt, a Murdoch, and an Ubuntu. All right. So what? Let me take a look at the task really quickly to see what kind of program we want to run here. Okay, so it looks like we might be looking for something inside another user's home directory. So let's go ahead and look in these different home directories. So maybe there is the Ubuntu user. What is in here? Nothing interesting. Okay, let's back out. How about the Murdoch user? Okay, so there's a couple of files in here. Let's take a look at them. So these are files that are being run as root, and there's this test binary over here. Okay, so what happens when we run the test binary? So let's just try running the test binary here. So it says THM not found. Interesting. So it's trying to run a program called THM. So this is where our path hijacking is going to come into play. So because test is running as the root user, and well, okay. When we run the test binary, it's not going to be running as the root user, but we kind of suspect that the test binary might be running on regular intervals. And what we can do is we can hijack the path for the test binary. It says that test is not found, that THM is not found. It's trying to run a program called THM. What we can do is we can create an additional directory in the path, and then we can write a THM program in that directory. So Jake Mr. Hack says .why use dot. Oh, so okay, so we're talking about this. So the dot here refers to the current directory. So we're in this directory, and we want to run the test binary inside this directory. That's why we use the dot slash. Yeah. So dot slash means this directory. So this directory run the test binary here. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about this. So path hijacking. So if we can locate a privileged script, a command we can run with sudo permissions or a SUID binary that is using another binary without an explicit file path. So for example, there's the program here that's running THM, and it says THM not found. Then we can do some path hijacking. So then we can add a writable directory to the path. So for example, we've got, so our path here, echo path. So these directories here, we're unlikely to be able to write to any of these, but we can add a writable directory to our path. So in a lot of these test cases, we use the temp directory, because the temp directory is a directory that we can usually write to. So we're going to use this command. What is the command again? I think it's export path. Let me take a look at it one more time. Export path equals temp and then $path. Okay, let me do that. So export path equals /tmp : $path. Okay, so this is going to add the temporary directory to the front of our path. And let me go ahead and copy this command so that I can give it to everybody in the chat. There you go. Okay, so when we run this, let's take a look at what the path is now. So echo path. So now in our path, we've got the temp directory at the beginning of the path. So we're going to move into, So what do we want to do to prove that we have, that we did path hijacking? I know. What we're going to do is we're going to have we need to make a new THM command inside of the temporary directory. And what we're going to do is, actually, we can move into the temporary directory. We're going to make this THM file. So it's going to be nano THM. And in the THM file over here, we're going to make it a bash script. So we're going to do shebang bin bash. And then we're going to give some instructions. So the instruction is going to be copy etc shadow, which has all of the file hashes for all the users. So copy etc shadow and move it to TMP. We can call it shadow. And then the second thing that it's going to do is it's going to give all of the permissions to this this new shadow file. So that's going to be chmod 777 to TMP shadow. And so this the etc shadow file is only accessible by root. So if this copies the shadow file over to the temporary directory and gives it all the permissions, that means we've successfully hijacked the path. Okay, so let's go ahead and save out this file. And then let's give this file execute permissions. So chmod plus x thm. Okay. So over here, if this file, if the script, or sorry, the binary inside of the Murdoch directory is actually running with regular intervals, then we should see the shadow file be copied over to this directory. So let's go ahead and move over to the Murdoch directory. Actually, so it's going to be home Murdoch. Okay, so there's test and thm py. Okay. So this is this program is running with an SUID binary, which means that it's not being run on regular intervals, but it is run as root every time it's run. So we can give the command test over here, and if our attack is successful, then it'll copy over the shadow file over to the temporary directory. Okay, so let's move into the temporary directory. And we see that the shadow file is here, and we can read it. So we can go ahead and read that file. And yeah, these are typical contents for the shadow file. We've got our Karen users password hash, and there are no other password hashes on the system. That's interesting. Okay, so one other thing that we can do to prove that that we were able to do path hijacking is we can give a different command. We can give a different command to the THM binary over here. Sorry, the THM script. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch. While ads run on Twitch, we will also give an ad to YouTube. And we're going to watch some bird videos because we love the birds. How about these birds? Okay, and I'm going to take a little water break while the ads are running because we don't want anybody to miss any of the action. We're just going to take a little break while the ads run. If anybody has any questions about what we've been doing today, or questions about cybersecurity in general, please feel free to leave them in chat. I'll try to answer the questions as soon as I can. Jake Mr. Hack, Bluebird is best every time. Well, I try not to just have the blue birds, but there are a lot of different birds that show up at the feeder. Some of them are small little birds, some of them are bigger birds, but they're all good birds. Anyways, let's go ahead and put these birds away. We will show more birds during the next ad break. Okay, so just to prove that that we are doing path hijacking in this case, we're going to edit the THM file again, and we're going to give some different instructions here now. So instead of copying the shadow file, we're just going to open up a bin bash shell. So what this instruction is going to do is it's basically going to open up a shell, and because it's being run by root and we're doing path hijacking, it's going to go give us a root shell. So we're going to have the shell in the context of the root user. So let's save this out And then let's move into the home Murdoch directory again. And let's run the test binary now. So when we give the test binary command, it's going to run the thm command. And the thm command has the instruction in it to open up the bin bash shell. So we see here that we're now acting as the root user. So if we ask who am I, it says we are root, and that proves that we were able to do some path hijacking. So if you want to practice more with path hijacking, I recommend completing the rest of this task over here. This is task number 10. It says, what is the odd folder you have write access for? That was the home Murdoch directory. So we can go ahead and give this answer. So it's home/Murdoch. Okay, it says exploit the path vulnerability to read the contents of the flag6 file. Oh, interesting. Okay, so where is the flag6.txt file? Let's go ahead and locate it real quick. So let's just find /name flag6.txt. And let's find out where the flag6.txt file is. Jake Mr. Axe says, if I start with learning any videos that I should start with. So what do you know already? If you let me know what you know already, I can tell you where you probably want to start with videos on my YouTube channel. So let's go ahead and read this file here, the flag file in the home mat directory. So let's cat that out. We're currently working as the root user, so we should be able to read this file. Okay, so this is the flag. So I'm just going to copy this. And then I will copy from the clipboard here. And I'm going to submit the flag over here. Submit. And we're done. Okay. Let's move on to the next privilege escalation vector. And to do that, we're going to log out of this this server first. So we're just going to exit from the attack box here. We're going to exit again, and now we're closed. The connection is closed. We see that we're now root at our attack box. This is what we want. So we're just going to go up to the Tryhackme page. We're going to shut down. Well, actually, first we're going to click out of task number 10. We're going to go up to the top, and then we're going to click on terminate for machine information here to terminate this the server that was talking about path hijacking. Terminate the machine, and then we're going to be talking about our next privilege escalation vector. So the next one is going to be capabilities. Okay, so what are capabilities? Capabilities in Linux are a feature which allows for certain binaries or commands to operate with additional privileges. So when you give the getcap command in Linux, it'll tell you which binaries have additional capabilities set on them, and they'll show you some different ones. For example, capnetadmin or catsetuid plus EP. It's each one of these gives some additional capabilities or functionality to these binaries. Let's talk a little bit more about this after we start up our virtual machine. So we're going to go over to Tryhackme, and we're going to click on task number 8. So task number 8 is the capability section, and we're going to start up the machine. So click into task number 8, and then click on Start Machine. So this is going to start up the machine. Jake Mr. X says, I want to start at the beginning. So I would recommend for people who want to start at the very beginning to start learning on with my YouTube videos. And you want to start doing some PicoCTF exercises. PicoCTF is a very good learning platform for learning about all sorts of beginner level cybersecurity challenges in a lot of different categories. Where is my PicoCTF playlist? It is over, where is it? Pico Mini, Pico, okay, Pico CTF challenges, right? So the full playlist is 84 videos, and they start off very, very easy, very easy. If you know anything about how to use Linux, you should be able to do the challenges very easily. Let's take a look at the full playlist over here. But they gradually become more and more difficult, and they'll cover some different categories. So the first batch of videos is basically talking about how to work inside of the Linux terminal, and then after that they'll start talking about some Python programming. They talk about Python programming for a little bit, and then they start talking about web app vulnerabilities. And after web app vulnerabilities, we'll start talking about digital forensic stuff. And by the time you get to the end of the playlist, you're going to have seen a lot of different stuff. And I highly recommend it to people who don't necessarily have a lot of background in technology and IT stuff. But go ahead and try out that playlist. All right, so we should have our server up and running now. Okay, so this is the new IP address. So we can go ahead and copy this IP address, and then we're going to go over to our attack box, and then we're going to access this via SSH. So we're going to go back in here. We're going to click into the clipboard. In the clipboard, paste in the IP address here. Then close the clipboard. Paste the IP address into the terminal. And we're going to log back in as the Karen user, but this time it's on a different IP address. So it's going to say continue connecting, type yes. The password is password1. It's the same password as last time. So this is task number 8. Yeah, this is the password right here. We need to type it in. It is password1. And for some reason, it seems to be a bit slow to log in, but that's okay. While we're logging in over here, let's talk a little bit more about these capabilities. So capabilities in Linux are a feature that allows for certain binaries commands to operate with additional privileges. As opposed to SUID binaries or pseudo permissions, capabilities allow granular control over binary control over controls. Okay. Anyways, they basically give you the ability to choose some very specific functionality for these binaries. We can return binaries with modified capabilities by using the getCap command. So we would give the getCap command /r. Not completely sure what /r does, but let's look it up in a little bit. And we look in the entire file system, and what it's going to return is a list of different binaries that have additional capabilities. So let's go ahead and do that. So back at the attack box, we're now logged in, and I don't like this this sh terminal. Maybe we can get a bash terminal. Let's run bash. Okay, so bash is a little bit easier to look at. Okay, we're going to run the getCap command, and let me find out what the -r does. So, displays the capabilities of the queried files. All right, so let's just take a look at this really quick. So this is the manual page for the getCap command. Okay, enables recursive search. So we can basically look inside the entire file system for these files with extra capabilities. Let's get out of here. And let's give the command. So it's going to be getCap -r/. This is going to look in the entire file system for these binaries with extra capabilities. So because we might get a lot of error messages when we're looking at inside of folders we don't necessarily have access to, we give the two greater than dev null in the command as well, which means that any error messages are just not going to be shown on screen. So when we give this command, it's going to start looking in the entire file directory, in the entire file system for these kind of extra capability binaries. So while we're waiting this to come back, let's talk about what we can do with these kind of extra capability binaries. So when we give this command, it's going to give us a bunch of different binaries that have extra capabilities, and it's hard to tell which binaries are supposed to have extra capabilities and are safe if they have extra capabilities, and which ones are potential security problems. What I typically do when I get this kind of list is I copy the entire list and then I feed it to an AI program. So something like a ChatGPT or a DeepSeek, and I try to get the AI to tell me whether or not it's normal for these kind of programs to have extra capabilities. So it can feed the list of capability binaries to an AI to discover if any of them are potentially vulnerable. So let's go back and see if we got anything yet. It looks like we got one. I'm not too sure why this. I think I know why it is so slow. It is so slow because there are not very many. The virtual machine in this case is not very. Does not have a lot of CPU power, and that's why it's working kind of slow. But that's all right. So the last part of discovering capabilities is that if you discover any binary with potentially vulnerable capabilities, what we can do is we can look at a common website like GTFO bins. And GTFO bins is a very useful website for discovering vulnerable Linux binaries, especially very well-known ones, and for capabilities such as capabilities or sudo or SUID. So over at GTFO bins, and I'll give the link for this website, it's very commonly used, especially in these security exercises. Okay, so it looks like we've got a bunch of different files here. And what we're going to do is we're just going to copy the entire list. And then we can have to, unfortunately in this case, we have to copy this from our clipboard as well. Whoops, copy it from our clipboard like this. And we're going to ask the AI about this. So let's go ahead and, okay, I actually already did this. So we gave this prompt over here. So are any of these capability binaries unsafe? And then we gave the list of capability binaries. And the response was the list of capability enabled binaries includes some potentially unsafe entries, particularly those with the cap setuid plus EP, which can lead to privilege escalation. Here's a breakdown of the risks. Okay, so it gives the safe capabilities over here. So generally safe. So cap net raw. These binaries have normal operations. Usually you see these with some networking binaries. So stuff like ping. So standard for ping, but some distributions use setuid instead of capabilities. That would be, that sounds interesting. But anyways, we've got the dangerous ones over here. So it says privilege escalation risk. These binaries have cap setuid plus EP, which is high risk. So over here, it's identified this one. So home Karen Vim, and the capability over here is stated as cat setuid plus EP. So any binary with cap setuid can escalate privileges, for example, to root. If Vim can modify system files, for example, etc. password, it's a clear path to root. Okay, so they give a little example over here, talking about how this could spawn a root shell. So we can also get this information from GTFO bins. So if we identified this one over here. So Vim, we can go to GTFO bins and then we can search for it. So we search for the Vim binary, and over here it's got a bunch of different functions depending on what kind of interaction we want out of it. So the Vim program with capabilities, we can click on this, and then it says if the binary has the Linux capsetUID capability set or is executed by another binary with the capability set, it can be used as a backdoor to maintain privileged access by manipulating its own process UID. So this requires that Vim is compiled with Python support. So we're basically using some Python commands inside of Vim in order to get remote code, to get arbitrary code execution. So first of all, we need to find out what kind of Python is being run on this system here. So let's go ahead and find out which Python is being run. It's not just called Python, it's called Python 3. Okay, so Python 3, great. Next, what do we have here? So we get which Vim, okay, then we do sudo setcap. Oh, okay, we don't need to do this step over here because this step has already been done. We've already, the system has already set this capability to the Vim binary, so we just need to run this command over here. So Vim command Python import os set UID 0. So UID 0 is the root user's UID. So we would set our user ID for this process to 0, which means we're acting as root, and then we would do the os execute command, and we would run a bin sh shell. So let's go ahead and try this out. So this requires that Vim is compiled with Python support, prepend Py3 for Python 3. Okay, so I think we need to replace this py over here with Python 3. Let's go ahead and try that. So I'm just going to copy the command over here. I'll provide it to everybody in chat. And let's go ahead and try this command and see if it works. So over here, we're logged into the server on our attack box. We need to copy this over to our machine, into the clipboard, and then paste this in. Okay, error detected when processing command line. Sorry, this command is not available in this version. We're going to hit enter, and let's go ahead and quit out of here. Okay, so I'm going to paste in the command one more time, but hold on. I just want to do a little bit of editing with this command first. So I'm just going to open up another terminal. Okay, and in the other terminal, I'm just going to paste in the command. I'm going to start working with it. Okay, so I think we need to do Py3 instead of Py because we're dealing with Python version 3 on the box. So just going to copy this. I think this is how it works. Yeah, bipolar. Yeah, we're going to try that out. Get out of here. Let's paste in the command. Hit enter. And now if we ask who am I, it says we're root. Okay, so we got it to work. The Vim binary with the extra capabilities, it allowed us to open up a root shell because it had the extra capabilities for cap set UID on it. So we've got here, yeah. So the Vim binary is owned by root, and because it had the extra capabilities, we were able to take advantage of it and then get it to run whatever command we wanted to. So we can move into the root directory. We can we could potentially read all the files in here, all that other good stuff. Okay, so how are we doing on time? Okay, we only have about 10 minutes left for today's lesson. So let's move on to the final method of privilege execution of privilege escalation. Okay, so let's get out of here. We're now logged out. We're going to shut down this the server. We're going to start the new machine, and the new machine is going to be under the cron jobs task. So this is going to be task number 9. Go ahead and click into task number 9, and then click on the start machine button here. Bipolar says, "Nice, I'm learning a lot here. If you're learning stuff, then I'm doing my job properly," and that makes me happy. All right, so we've got the machine initializing over here. We just need to wait a little bit for it to finish initializing. But we're going to talk about the final privilege escalation vector that we're going to be talking about today. So this is going to be privilege escalation via cron jobs. So cron jobs are a feature in Linux that that allow certain binaries or scripts to run at regular intervals. The Pajaro88 became a member on YouTube. HackerFrog Platinum. Wow, HackerFrog Platinum. Yeah. So the Pajaro, why don't you? I wonder. You should have why don't you contact me on Reddit over here? There's a feature. Let's see, Reddit HackerFrogs. So join the HackerFrogs Reddit and then send me a message. So platinum members of the YouTube channel, they can request that I do a video. That I do live stream content on a specific topic. So if there's a specific topic you want me to talk about, then I can help you out. So just send me a message on Reddit, and I will give you. We'll talk about how I can fulfill that that condition for you. I'll talk about on stream basically whatever topic you want, and I'll try to do a challenge on that topic. So please give me a message in Reddit, and we'll talk about that, how we're going to do that. Okay, so what were we doing? But welcome to HackerFrogs Platinum. Thank you very much. All right, so cron jobs are a feature in Linux which allows certain binaries or scripts to run at a regular interval. So for example, once a minute, once an hour, etc., etc. And we can take a look at what cron jobs are available on a server by taking a look at the cron tab file inside of here. So let me go ahead and reload this. And I need to get the IP address. So we've got the IP address here. I'm just going to copy this. We go over to our attack box and paste in the IP address. And we're going to log in with SSH. So once again, we're going to be logging in as the Karen user. Do we want to continue connecting? The answer is yes. The password over here, it's going to be password1. So like all of the other exercises, the password is the same. So we're going to see in cron jobs, task 9, password is password1. Okay, so let's clear the screen. Let's start up a bash terminal. So bash terminals are much nicer than the sh terminal, so I'm just going to use the bash terminal. So we can look at the etc cron tab file, and this will tell us what cron jobs are running on the system. So the cron tab file lets us know what shell is being used when the cron jobs are run. It also tells us what the file path is. So this is actually something we can look for privilege escalation, because sometimes the path can include some non-standard directories. We can look out for this. But anyways, what is going on in this cron tab? So there's these different files that are all being run on a very, very regular basis. So if you see all stars over here, it basically means that each one of these files is being run every minute or so. And we've got this one over here catches our attention because this is our user's home directory. So if we take a look here, there's the backup.sh script, and it looks like it's being run as the root user. So the root user is running this, but the interesting thing is that we own this file. So it's in our home directory. If we take a look here, we own, our Karen user owns the backup.sh file. So that means we can edit this file. It says here that we only have read access, but we can give ourselves write access as well. And the way we would do that is with this command. So chmod is going to change the mode. We're just going to make it, actually, we're just going to make it all permissions all the time on backup.sh. So when we do that, so we also have write access to this file and execute access, all the access. What we can do is we can start editing this file, and we can put whatever commands we want into this backup.sh script. And because it's running as a cron job by the root user, it's going to run whatever commands we put into this script as the root user. So this opens up a lot of privilege escalation opportunities. So let's go ahead and edit the file. So nano backup.sh. Okay, so this is a script file. It looks like we're doing some backup operations, but let's just get rid of these. Actually, we don't need to get rid of these instructions. So the sneakiest privilege escalation for scripts like these are basically where you add instructions instead of delete instructions. So if you want to be sneaky, you want to include your instructions but not delete the instructions that are already there. So for example, let's just do, what could we do? We could copy the shadow file over to the temporary directory again. So we would do copy, etc. shadow, which has all the password hashes. We're going to copy it over to the temp directory, and then we're going to give full permissions to that file. And I think we also have to read a flag in this exercise too. So let's go down to the bottom and see. So what are the contents of the flag5.txt file? Flag5.txt. Interesting. I wonder where this is. I should probably find out before we do this. Okay. Anyways, let's save out this file, and let's find out where the flag file is. We'll move into the home directory, and there is. Let's see if we can find it. So find /name flag5.txt, and then everything else goes into dev null. Let's see if we can locate where this is. Okay, so it's in the Ubuntu directory. So let's go ahead and copy this file path. And let's edit the home Karen backup.sh script again. Oops, we want to do nano with that. So nano home Karen backup.sh. Okay, so in addition to copying the shadow file over, we're also going to copy the flag file over to temp flag5.txt, and then we're going to chmod 777 on temp flag5.txt. Okay, so we're copying two files over to the temporary directory, and we're giving them full access over here. After we do that, we're going to save out the file, and then we're going to move into the temporary directory, and we're going to await those files. So we already have the shadow file over here with full file permissions. So cat shadow, yeah. So we've got Karen, and then we've got another user, Matt, and they've got a password as well. I wonder if Matt's plain text password is going to be in the flag file. Okay, it looks like the flag file hasn't copied over yet. I'm going to check the contents of backup sh one more time. So copy home Ubuntu flag 5 to temp flag5.txt, then give full permissions. Okay, so that should have been a minute. I think the file should be in the directory now. Okay, so the flag 5 has been copied over. So let's go ahead and read that file. Okay, we've got our flag file for the Tryhackme challenge. So let's go ahead and copy that and submit this as the contents of flag 5. So as for Matt's password, what we would need to do is we would need to crack the password from the password hash that we got from the shadow file. That's going to take a little bit of time. And let's see, Mr. Dieseldug on YouTube says, are you in a cybersecurity role as a day job? I'm a cybersecurity content creator as a day job. I make videos on cybersecurity stuff and mostly walkthroughs, but and we also talk about a bunch of different topics for getting into cybersecurity, mostly through learning about CTF exercises. So that's what I do for my day to day. So what is Matt's password? It's going to take a bit too much time to crack the password. Yeah, it's going to take a little bit too much time to crack the password. So we can't answer this one though. How many user-defined cron jobs can you see on the target system? We saw 4 of them. Okay, and we can see the 4 cron jobs by catting out the etc cron tab file. So over here, yeah, there are 4 of them over here. There's the antivirus one, another antivirus one, and then the backup one, and then the test.py one. But yeah, okay. So let's close out today's session on privilege escalation. We should probably shut down the server. So up at the top of the Tryhackme page, we're going to terminate this. And we're also going to terminate our attack box because we're not going to be using it anymore. So you can go ahead and terminate the machine here. Okay, so what did we learn today? Well, let's finish off this thought over here. Privilege escalation via cron jobs. If we're able to modify a script that is being used for a cron job, if we're able to modify a component the cron job or command is using, then we can potentially escalate our privileges. So if we've got a cron job and it's backup.sh, first of all, we should see if we can directly modify the backup.sh file that's being used in the cron job. Another thing that we can look at is whether or not we can modify anything that is being referenced inside of the script. So if the script is talking about another file, we can see if we can modify that file, or if it's yeah, it's basically, can we inject our malicious command somewhere inside of the cron job process? Okay, so let's review the network hacking concepts we learned in this workshop. So privilege escalation via path hijacking. In Linux, the path variable is a list of directories where the system will look for command binaries. A system's path can be used as a vector for privilege escalation if privileged programs use other commands without explicit file paths. So it's very important when you're setting up commands or scripts that you do explicit file paths instead of relative file paths. So the difference between explicit file paths and explicit file paths and relative file paths is that if you give the bash command to start up a terminal, this will look in the path to run, and it'll look inside of all the path directories for this command, the bash command. But if you give a specific directory where the command is going to be, then it will only look in this specific directory. And it's important that that you give explicit file paths if you want to be secure. What else? Okay, privilege escalation via capabilities. Capabilities in Linux are a feature which allow for certain binaries or commands to operate with additional privileges. Capabilities can be used for privilege escalation if the capabilities are given to certain binaries or commands. So there are certain capabilities that that you have to be very careful with, such as the cap setuid plus EP capability over here, which can be used for privilege escalation with certain commands. And the last thing we talked about is privilege escalation via cron jobs. So cron jobs are a feature in Linux that allows certain binaries or scripts to run at regular intervals. So for example, once a minute, once an hour. And so cron jobs by themselves are not something that you have to worry a lot about, as long as you configure the cron jobs in a secure way. And but if you're a bit sloppy with setting up your cron jobs, then you can have a problem as far as security is concerned. If we're able to modify a script that is being used for a cron job, or if we're able to modify a component the cron job or the command uses, then we can potentially escalate our privileges using the cron job. Okay, so what's next? So the HackerFrogs After School Network Hacking course is done, but tune in next time. We're going to be looking at a new topic, and the new topic is going to be reverse engineering. It's another major category inside of CTF games, especially. There's there are a few standard categories that that are included in every CTF event. So stuff like web app hacking and digital forensics, and reverse engineering is another really big topic. So we're going to be starting our reverse engineering look at reverse engineering next time. All right, so that's it for today's HackerFrogs After School. Let's go ahead and move into our next topic. So the next topic is going to be the over-the-wire Natas game. So we finished level 10 last time, and we're going to be starting on level number 11. And if you're interested in playing along with us, then you can access these levels yourself. All you need is a web browser, and most of these levels don't require you to have a special security-oriented Linux distribution or anything, but occasionally you're going to need some specialized software. Let's go ahead and talk about the first level we're talking about today, which is Natas level 11. So Natas level 11, the web vulnerability that we're going to be looking at here is exposed web app source code, which can be used to reverse engineer the correct value for getting password access. So let's go ahead and access that web page. So it's Natas level 11. I'll leave the link in the chat, and everybody else can follow along in your own web browser. So let's go ahead and do that. So when we visit this page, Natas level 11, you're going to need to log in. Actually, let me demonstrate the login process. Well, I'm already logged in here, but I'm going to open up a private window. Hold on. Bipolar says, so once we have the hash, do we use John the Ripper to find the password? Yeah, that's exactly what we would do. I would have demonstrated it if I had a little bit more time, but unfortunately I was running out of time for the exercise. Okay, so once you go to the website, I've got the current password over here for Natas 11. The username is going to be Natas 11, and then this is the password. So where was the other window? Here. So this is what it's going to look like. It's going to ask for a username. The username is Natas 11, and the password, I put it in chat. Go ahead and copy it, and then paste it in, and then click on sign in. So once you've successfully signed in, you're going to see this landing page over here. So it says cookies are protected with XOR encryption, and we've got a background color over here. Let me get out of here because I've demonstrated the login process. Okay, so what's going on? So in here, we've got a background color, and we can set the background color to anything we want. We can click on set color, and it's basically looking for a what was it? A 6-digit hex code. So whatever, it doesn't really matter as far as how the application works, what color you set this to. But we can also take a look at the source code and see what's going on inside the application. So right click here, and it says here, well, we've got all this PHP code. So we know this is PHP code because, well, the other levels in the Natas CTF game also have a bunch of PHP code. And we can also tell that it's using PHP code because PHP uses a very distinct set of brackets. So bracket question mark and question mark bracket to close out the code over here. And we've got a bunch of different functions for the encryption process that it's talking about. It says cookies are protected with XOR encryption. If we look over here, we've got a function load data, and then we've got a cookie. And basically what it's going to do is it's going to encode some data into the cookie and then XOR it with a key. XOR encryption requires two sets of data, and we basically do a bitwise operation, which is called the XOR operation, to get like a new third result. So we would XOR the cookie data with a key, and then the resulting data is the encrypted version of the cookie. So we've got this information here. So my data show password, and then background color. This is the information that's being encrypted. So because we know some of what is included in this cookie here. So show password is going to be included. Background color is also going to be included. If we know so XOR encryption is basically A XOR B equals C. But if we know what some of the value of C is, then we can do C XOR A to get the B value, which is the key value. And if we can get the entire key value, then we can use that key because we know what the B value is, and then we would do C XOR B and then get the entirety of the A value. It's this isn't this isn't my strong suit, but I've been studying a little bit about XOR encryption. But we've got all this PHP code, and we can actually do some reverse engineering by manipulating the same PHP code. And if we go over to the application over here, and then we take a look at the cookies inside of more tools, and then we go over to the web developer tools, we can see the value of the cookie that's being used over here. So over here in the storage portion of the web developer tools, we've got the cookies for this website. And the value of the cookie is this over here. We can copy the value of the cookie, and we can use it to do some reverse engineering. So if you're interested in the solution or the code that we're using in the solution, then you can go ahead and go to this GitHub page over here. This has got the information for solving this level over here, which is Natas level 11. So the method of solve is this. So use a PHP code IDE to reverse engineer the PHP code. So what we're doing first is we're trying to figure out what the value of the key is. So we've got a function over here in PHP, XOR encrypt, and it takes in the in variable here. So the in variable is some text, and the out text here is going to be a blank string, and the blank string out text is going to be created through this process here, which iterates through each character in the encoded cookie, and each character in the encrypted in the plain text that we know. So for each character, we're doing an iteration process, and we're going to add each one of these characters to the out text string, where the string is each character of the string is XORed with the key, and then we return the out text and print it out. So we've got the cookie over here, the value of the cookie that we just set, and then we're going to run the encryption process with the cookie and with the plain text that we know. So we know that the plain text is going to include the word show password yes. Sorry, it's going to be show password. This one is actually going to be show password no, and it's going to have the BG color over here, which is set to this value. So let's go ahead and paste this into an online PHP IDE. So the one that we're going to use is called PHP Online, and I'll provide the link to it so that you guys can follow along. onlinephp.io. There you go. So, okay, let me get rid of this, and then I will replace it with our code. So our code is over here. So I'll just point to the link where the code is. It's the first set of code. There's going to be two sets of code here. We're going to do the first one, and then based on what we get from the first function, we're going to use the second function. So let me copy this, paste it into the online. Okay, let me make it a bit smaller. So everything I was talking about still applies here. So we've got the portion of the plain text that we know, which is show password and a BG color, and then we've got the encrypted cookie over here. We're going to do a XOR process between these two, and we should be able to get at least a portion of the key that is being used to encrypt. So let's go ahead and run the code. And when we run the code, we're going to see this in the output. So we're going to see this repeating pattern over here, then a bunch of stuff that we don't know. So the thing here is that because we see a repeating pattern, this is an indication to us that we got the entirety of the key from this XOR operation. So it's EDWO, and this is the entirety of the key. Because it keeps on repeating, we know that we have the entire key. And this is the problem. Whenever you're doing an XOR operation, you have to make sure that the key is at least as long as whatever is being encrypted. Otherwise, it is unsafe. Because we knew what part of the plaintext was, and we had the encrypted string, we were able to do this attack where we got the entirety of the key. This would not have worked if the key was as long as the text that was being encrypted. So let's go ahead and take advantage of this and do an XOR operation between the text that we want, which is show password equals yes, and the key. And we're going to be doing that with the code in the second part of the GitHub file over here. I'm going to copy this. We're going to go over to the PHP interpreter, get rid of the code that's already there, paste in the new code. So what's going on here? So this time we've got some different values for the encryption function. So now we've got a key value, which is this the key value that we found. The text is still here, but the text that we want to encode in this case is going to be show password yes, BG color. It doesn't matter what the BG color is, but when we do the encryption, it's going to give us the cookie value, which is valid to show us the password, which is show password equals yes. So let's go ahead and run the code. And we get this string over here. So if we supply this as the cookie value in the level, then we will solve the level, because that's what's indicated in the source code here. It says here, where is it? Okay. So if data show password is equal to yes, then the application is going to print the password for Natas 12 is this. Okay, so back at Natas level 11, we still have our web developer tools open, and we still see the cookie password for this data cookie. All we need to do is click into the value here and delete what's already there, and then paste in the cookie value we got from the program after successfully finding the key, and then after we've confirmed the value, we reload the page. So click on the reload button and then exit from the web developer tool. So it says the password for Natas 12 is this over here. We're just going to copy this and we're going to use this for the next level. So the next level's credentials are this. I'll just paste in the chat. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a look at the my write-up for the next level. So the next level is Natas number 12. Okay, this is fun. This is a fun vulnerability here. So this web vulnerability is going to be insecure file upload, client-side filter bypass. Actually, I don't think we have to bypass the filter in this case. Anyways, let's go ahead and go to the next level. So the next level is Natas level 12. So all we need to do is get rid of everything at the end of the URL and then change the URL so it says Natas level 12. So the username is Natas 12 and the password is the password we got from the last level. Click on sign in. So if you let me get the URL for everybody who wants to join in. Okay, it says choose a JPEG to upload, maximum 1 kilobyte. So it says no file selected, upload file. We've got source code for this level as well. We can open it up and we can see what's going on in this PHP file. So once again, it's PHP that's running this web application. Natas likes, it sure does like PHP. But this is basically, this is a file upload functionality example code over here. So what is it doing? So first of all, it's running this function called getRandomString, and it's making up a random string of 10 characters. So the characters it uses are the alphanumeric ones, and then it's going to populate this string variable with random strings. So it's going to choose 10 random strings to make up the string, and then it's going to return it. So the next thing is it's going to make a random path. So it's going to make a a file path inside of the web application. So the path is going to be directory and then a slash, and then it's going to run get random string, and then it's going to do a dot, and then it's going to add an extension onto the end of it. So it's basically making a random file path for whatever we upload. The last part over here is if array key exists, file name post. So whatever we're posting to the application, it's going to run the function make random path from file name, and then it's going to upload the file if it fulfills these conditions. So if the file size is too big, it's over 1,000 kilobytes, it's going to say that the file is too big. Otherwise, it's going to upload the file. So echo the file path, the file has been uploaded. And it also gives us a file path for us to follow. Or else it's going to say there was an error uploading the file, please try again. So let's go ahead and take advantage of this. So what we want to do in this case is we want to get the password for the next level. And we can do that by using by uploading a malicious PHP file. So what we're going to do is we're going to upload a malicious PHP file, and then we're going to replay the request in Burp Suite. We don't need to do the Burp Suite stuff. All we need to do is we need to create a file with some malicious PHP code. And this is the malicious PHP code we're going to be using. And let's just take a close look at it and talk about what it's actually doing here. So this is PHP code. We know that because it's got the PHP brackets over here. So it's just going to do this function over here. It's going to echo out the results of get file contents. So get file contents is basically reading a file. And we know that all of the Natas passwords are in this etc Natas webpass directory. We want the one for Natas 13, which is located over here. So when we load up this this malicious file, it's going to read the password for Natas 13 for us. Okay, we've got an ad running on coming up on Twitch. We're just going to wait for that, and then we're going to wait out the ad break before we continue. So people on YouTube also get an ad break. Just play that for you now. And this also gives me an opportunity to have a little water. I'm just going to wait for the ad to start on Twitch. Once again, if anybody has any questions about what we're doing when we're solving these tasks, please let us know in the comments. If you feel like you're a bit lost, if you feel like you don't understand what's going on, let us know. I'll try to answer your questions as best I can. Okay, ads are running on Twitch, so I'm just going to put on the birds, and then we can start our break. How about these birds? I'm gonna have my little water break. I'll be back in a little bit. This is a gorgeous bird. It is called a spotted towhee. It's about the size of a robin, an American robin, but it's got these really deep red eyes, and it also has these little spots over here. That's why they call it the spotted towhee. It's a very shy bird, but you will see them around the bird feeders occasionally, especially when the food is kind of scarce. All right, so let's put the birds away and let's continue on with our web app hacking stuff. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to create this malicious file first. So we're just going to copy the code, and you can get the code from this page over here. This GitHub page. So I'm just going to copy this, and then on my file system here, I'm just going to create the file. And let's see. I'm just going to I'm going to call it shell. No, wait. Let's call it HackerFrog.php. There you go. Oh, there's something weird with my terminal. I'm just gonna get rid of it. Okay, so let's make the file again. Nano HackerFrog.php. So in this file, we're just going to paste in the whatever we copied from. There you go. And this is PHP code. When we upload the file and then when we access it, it's going to run this code. And so you can see what the real possibilities for some mischief over here. So we're going to save out the file, and then we're going to go over to the Natas 12 page. So Natas 12 page, it says choose a JPEG file to upload. We're going to browse. We're going to go over to other locations, and we're in the temporary directory. We've got HackerFrog.php. I'm going to select that, open it, and we're going to upload it. Okay, and it says upload something.jpg has been uploaded. Okay, so it looks like we might have to do some manipulation over here, because it was uploaded as a JPEG. Let's go ahead and open up Burp Suite. So this is the first time we're using Burp Suite for one of these levels. Burp Suite is a very powerful security program. It's used as it's basically an industry standard program for web app security testing. Let's start it up, and I'll demonstrate a little bit about why Burp Suite is used in the web app testing space. Okay, so we've got Burp Suite, and Burp Suite comes pre-installed on all Kali Linux distributions. Kali Linux is a very popular security distribution of the Linux operating system, and yeah, people talk about Kali Linux a lot when they're talking about cybersecurity. Anyways, after we start up Burp Suite, we're going to go over to the Proxy tab. So we go from Dashboard to Target to Proxy, and we're going to open up the Burp Suite browser. The Burp Suite browser is a regular web browser, but it's also connected to Burp Suite, which means that all the traffic, all the network traffic that is being sent back and forth between the web browser and the web server is going to be recorded by Burp Suite. So we're going to go over to the Natas website. Let me get the URL. Okay. And then in the Burp Suite browser, we're going to need to log into Natas level 12 again. So Natas 12, and then password. Let me grab the password and copy it. Paste in the password, sign in. Okay, so we're here again, and we want to upload the JPEG file. We want to upload the PHP file. So we're just going to choose a file. We're going to choose the HackerFrog.php file, select it, and then we're going to click on upload. So it says the JPEG file over here has been uploaded, but what we're going to do is we're going to replay this this request, but we're going to manually change the file extension over here from JPEG to PHP. So how are we going to do that? Let me show you. First of all, let's minimize the browser over here, and then let's go over to Burp Suite. If we go to HTTP history, so we're in the Proxy tab, we go from intercept to HTTP history. These are the web requests that were sent in the Burp Suite browser. We've got these GET requests, and we also have the POST request. So the POST request is what uploaded the file. We're going to click on that, and then we're going to go down to the request information over here. So there's the request section of the request, and there's also the response. So the request is what we sent to the web server, and the response is what the web server sent back to us. We're going to send this to another tool in Burp Suite called the Burp Suite Repeater. The repeater is going to let us replay these web requests, and it's going to let us modify the information inside of them. So the way we do that is we click into the request, and then we right-click, and then we select this option right over here that's called Send to Repeater. After we select that, we can go over to the repeater tool up here. So it goes from proxy to intruder to repeater. And this is the request that we sent over to the web application. So we've got all of this information here. And we can actually see the contents of the file that we uploaded here. So this is the malicious contents. What we're going to do is we're going to change the file extension that it saves it as. So it saved it as this jumble of numbers and letters, .jpeg. We're going to change this from JPEG to PHP. Because if we don't save it as PHP, we're not going to be able to activate the code. So we're going to replace JPEG with PHP, and that's all we're going to need to do to adjust the to upload the malicious file. Actually, we see here that it was given this name over here, these random numbers and letters. We can actually rename this. We can rename it to HackerFrog.php because, well, we can make the name whatever we want. And then after that, we're going to send this request. So we press the send button, and then we go over to the response. We go down, and it said the file upload. Oh, okay. So I guess we can't name our own file, but we did change the extension from JPEG to PHP. So we're gonna okay. Another great thing about Burp Suite is we can actually render the response in the format where in a format where it looks like what the web browser would have rendered. So as opposed to seeing all this text over here, which is, not very comfortable to look at, we can click on this section of the response. It's called render, and it gives you the web browser rendered version of the response. And this is what it looks like. So the file upload something PHP has been uploaded. But of course we can't copy this because I really want to copy this and demonstrate how we can access the file. So we're just going to click from render over to pretty, and then we're going to copy the endpoint over here. So it was uploaded to the upload directory, and then this is the file name. I'm just going to copy this. Then we're going to go to the Burp Suite browser. It doesn't need to be the Burp Suite browser, but I'm just going to use the Burp Suite browser. After that, we're going to paste in the endpoint that we got. So it's going to be upload/something.php. Load that page. And when we access the page, the PHP code inside of the uploaded file was activated, and it reads for us the password for Natas level 13. So this is the password. Okay, so let me provide it to everybody in chat. Okay, so we're going to cover one more level today, and the next level is going to be we're going to be doing basically the same thing, but it's going to be a little bit more complicated. So let's go ahead and, well, we're going to be using the Burp Suite browser in the next level as well. So let's go ahead and we might as well log in using the Burp Suite browser. Okay, let me go over to Natas level 13. It's going to ask us for a username and password. The username is Natas13. The password is whatever I just copied. Paste it in, sign in. Okay. So what's going on here? So this is Natas level 13. It's basically the same application, only there are a couple of differences. So on the landing page it says, for security reasons, we now only accept image files. So it says choose a JPEG file to upload, maximum 1 kilobyte, and then we can try to upload a file. So if we choose our malicious file, HackerFrog.php, and select it, and then click on upload, it says file is not an image. So what's going on here? We can go ahead and click on the source code because the source code is included in the challenge. We can take a look at what's going on. So most of this application is exactly the same as the previous level. So we're creating a random string. We are creating a file path, and then we're trying to upload a file. So the file upload portion of the application is over here, and it says, so the uploaded file exceeds max file size if error is equal to 2. Equal to 2. Not too sure what that one is. Maybe it's referring to this. So this code over here checks the file size, and if it's over 1,000 kilobytes, it says the file is too big. And this is actually the portion of the code that doesn't let us upload our malicious PHP file. So it says exif image type, uploaded file, temp name, echo, file is not an image. So it's checking if this function returns false. So this is not this function over here, exif image type. And we can actually look up this, this particular function. Let's look this up. PHP exif image type. This one. Okay, so this is from the PHP manual. Okay, so exif image type, it reads the first bytes of an image and checks its signature. So this function can be used to avoid calls to other exif functions with unsupported file types in connection with this to check with whether or not a viewer is able to see a specific image in the browser. So what does this function do? The function reads the first bytes of an image and checks its signature. We're talking about a concept called magic bytes or file signature. So file signature, well, okay, well let's talk a little bit more about this. What we're going to do first is we're going to go to the Burp Suite browser, and we're going to upload a legitimate JPEG file. So if we're using the Kali Linux machine, we can look for, we can find a file called star.jpg. We're just basically looking for JPEG files because we don't know where they might be otherwise. Okay, hold on. Let me go ahead and only get legitimate ones. Okay, so we've got this file over here. So we've got this file over here. It is in the Python program directory. It's called 2x2.jpg. This JPEG should be small enough for us to copy over to the application. And if anybody's wondering where this is, it's at this file location. So we can copy this over to our directory. Actually, I've already done that. So 2x2.jpg. It's a very small JPEG file. Here we go. So it's only 331 bytes. So what we're going to do is we're going to upload this just to see what a legitimate upload looks like in the application. So over here, we're going to choose a file. We're going to choose the small JPEG file, 2x2, 2x2.jpg. Select it, and then upload it. And it says that it has been uploaded. So because we uploaded it using the Burp Suite browser, we can actually take a look at what this request looks like. So we're just going to minimize this. We're going to go back to Burp Suite. Cyberneer Dante says, "Hey man, happy hacking, Cyberneer Dante. Nice to see you here, and have a hack the planet, because that's what we do."
Hack the planet! planet! Hype the planet!
Shut up and get in the
Okay, so we're going to go over to the Burp Suite proxy. So from repeater, we're going to go over to the proxy, and we're going to go down in the list to the very bottom. So these requests are all in order of chronological order. And the very last one that we sent was this post request to index.php. We can click on that, and then we can send this to the Burp Suite repeater like we did the last time. So click into it, right click, click into it, right click, and then select send to repeater. After that, we can go to the repeater tool. So we go from proxy to intruder to repeater. And this is the legitimate file upload that we did. If we go down, we've got this information over here. So the file is going to be uploaded as this name.jpg, and we've got this information right here. So we're talking about the file signature, and the file signature is the first 4 bytes of a file, and it's different for different file types. So if we're talking about JPEG files, so these files over here, these are the first 4 bytes of the file. These are sometimes called magic bytes, and we see it as in hexadecimal. It's called it's these bytes over here: FF, D8, FF, EO. Sometimes you're not able to read these magic bytes, but in this case, it looks like these European characters, and it looks kind of like it says Yoya. But the way we can bypass this filter is by leaving these bytes over here in, but on the rest of the file, we're going to put our malicious payload. So we're just going to get rid of the rest of this image file. So here, we're just going to delete it. And we're going to leave the first 4 bytes, which is the file signature. So after the file signature, we're going to paste in our malicious PHP code. And the malicious PHP code we're using this time is going to be over here. So this time we're talking about the web vulnerability we're talking about is insecure file upload, but we're also doing a filter bypass. So like the previous level, the goal is to upload an insecure file and access it to get the password. The malicious file contents will be the following. So we're doing the same thing we did last time. We're using PHP code to read the file contents of the password file in etc. Natas webpass, Natas 14. Well, this time it's 14. The last time it was 13. So we're just going to copy the code, and I don't know if I can paste this into chat. I think I can. Thank you very much, Slyborg, for rating with a party of 8. Thank you very much. Let's see. Slyborg wants to collaborate. Gotcha back, says Slyborg. Welcome, welcome Raiders, and welcome Slyborg. What were you all working on your stream? Let me know. Let me know. And Slyborg, I saw you were working on some Tryhackme last time, and some Windows stuff. I need to get better with my Windows stuff as well. We're currently doing the Natas CTF. It's a bunch of web app challenges. Let's see. Active Directory was kicking my butt. Oh, was that you were just doing? Okay. Yeah. I need to learn about Active Directory as well. But yeah, I'm glad to see that you were having fun over there. Well, hopefully having fun. We're just doing some hacking over here. We're trying to upload some malicious files using Burp Suite. Okay, so let's see. Lots of fun. Yeah, for sure. All right, so what were we doing? Okay, so we've got our malicious content over here. Malicious PHP file. Slyborg says, lots of fun thanks to chat. Yeah, the chatters make everything better. I would not have as good a time if I was not interacting with chat. Okay, so let's go ahead and go back to the application. in the application, we've got our file signature over here, these 4 bytes, yoya. After that, we're going to paste in the malicious PHP code. Paste it in. There you go. So the last thing we need to do to upload the file is to change the file extension. So just like the last time, we can change this JPEG file, the JPEG extension. We can highlight it and get rid of it. We can type in PHP instead. So after that, we're going to replay this request. So we're just going to click on send, and then we're going to go over to the response. In the response over here, it says that we uploaded this file .php. So we're just going to copy this endpoint. Then we're going to go back to our PHP, we're going to go back to our Burp Suite browser. So in the Burp Suite browser, we can paste in the upload endpoint and then access the file. When we access the file, we're going to see a bunch of weird characters here. So this is the file signature for the JPEG file that we included. The rest of the file is the result of the PHP code, and this is the password for the next level. So we can just copy this and record it. So it's going to be Natas 14. That's the password. Okay, so before we finish, let's talk about what we did to solve that level. So there's new code on the web page that makes uploading the file more difficult, in particular this section of the web page code. So it does this function over here to check if the image is a JPEG image. So the exif image type PHP function checks for the magic bytes in the contents of the file, which is a file type identifier determined by the first 4 bytes of the file. For example, the first 4 bytes of JPEG files are this over here. So to make it easier, we start up Burp Suite, open the Burp browser, then record uploading a legitimate JPEG image. So in Kali Linux, there's a small JPEG file over at this location. Once we record the post request to the app, we can send the request to the repeater tool. We replay the request in the repeater with the following adjustments. So we need to change out the file extension, and then we need to put in our PHP code. For some reason in GitHub, it doesn't want to display the PHP code, but that's fine. So notice that we changed the random string file name extension from .jpeg to .php. We also need to edit the contents of the upload. So the PHP code is written immediately after the 4 bytes, which are the yoya characters. After that's done, we send the request and we're informed of a web endpoint where a file was uploaded. Upon accessing the endpoint, we receive the password. Okay. I think we might have time for one more. So let's do one more level from Natas because it's a pretty short level. Whoops. Okay, so we're going to go to Natas level 13. Let me get the, here's the IP address. Oh, was it 13? No, it was supposed to be 14. Okay, let me do 14. Okay, so I've already logged in, but normally you're going to get the login page where you have to put in Natas 14 and the password. But after you do that, you're going to see this web page right here. So it's going to ask for a username and a password. This application simulates a login. So in application login, basically, the application communicates with the database, and then based on whether or not there's a legitimate username and password, it's going to log you in or it's not going to log you in. Let's take a look at the source code for the application here. Let's make this nice and centered. Okay, so what's going on? So this is PHP code once again. So if array key exists, username in the request it's going to do a link, a MySQL connect function to the local host to Natas 14 with a certain password. And it's going to run this function here, MySQLi select DB, and I guess it's going to communicate with a certain database. I guess the database is going to be the Natas 14 database, and it's going to run this SQL query here. Select star from users, where username equals request username and password equals request password. So if this returns true, then it's going to log you into the application. The problem is that the user input is directly referenced in this SQL statement. So the username and the password are both directly injected into the SQL statement, which can be a really big problem. We'll talk about what the vulnerability is here in just a second. Okay, so let's see. This is Natas level 14. So what is the web vulnerability in this case? So on level 14, the level vulnerability, the web app vulnerability is going to be SQL injection, specifically login bypass. So the application here simulates a login page where it communicates with the database and grants access if the username and password match the one that's in the database. The code directly references the user input in the resulting SQL statement, which leaves it open to SQL injection. So there's a well-known SQL injection payload that allows bypass of login pages by providing a true statement to the system. It looks like the following. So this is, if you learn about web app security stuff, this is very well known, that we can use an SQL statement like this to potentially bypass login forms. And I'll just provide the payload to the chat. Oh, certain chats don't want to include this. That's funny. Okay, so let's go back to the application. So the application here is taking your SQL input, and if we use the payload like the one that we were just talking about, it basically becomes select star from users, where username equals nothing, or 1 equals 1, which is a true statement. And whether or not you get logged in to the application, it completely depends on whether or not the query that you sent to the application returns true. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch. YouTube people also get ads. And let's go ahead and look at our favorite woodpecker. That's my favorite woodpecker. That's the northern flicker. And anyways, we're just going to take a little break for about a minute or so. I'm going to have a little bit of water. You guys enjoy the lovely woodpecker here, and we'll be back in about a minute or so. So I learned recently that this woodpecker here is called the red-shafted northern flicker. So on the East Coast, there are very similar woodpeckers, but they have a couple of differences. So the first major difference is that the underside of the feathers are going to be yellow, but for these guys, the underside of their feathers are red. The other thing is that the males of this woodpecker species have a mustache. So you can see here that this guy has a red mustache, but the ones on the East Coast, they have a black mustache. That is to say that I'm a huge bird nerd, and I just love these guys. Anyways, let's put the birds away. We'll talk about them more in a little bit. But anyways, let's demonstrate how to bypass the SQL injection, the SQL statement over here, and then get access to the application. So the application here, to bypass the SQL statement, we would give this payload here, it is double quote. So the start of the payload is usually single quote or double quote, depending on whether or not the application is using single quotes or double quotes. So in this case, because the entire statement here is using double quotes, we have to use a double quote to escape the SQL statement here and inject our own code. So we do double quote, and then we start our own statement. And our own statement is or 1 equals 1. So it's give a true password, a true username or password, or 1 equals 1, which is a math statement which is going to return true. The last thing we do in this payload is we quote out everything else in the SQL statement with this double dash. So the double dash in SQL is usually going to comment out anything anything else that comes afterwards. And in this case, it's going to comment out this portion of the code right here. So none of this that is highlighted is going to be interpreted, but we are just going to say the username is going to be nothing or true, and that's going to log us in. So if we go here, we give this payload here. The password can be anything, it doesn't matter. We click on login, and then we successfully log in. It says the password for Natas 15 is this right here. So I'm just going to copy that, and for everybody's reference, Natas 15, the password is this. Okay, so let's go ahead and finish out this. Oh, it's exactly 6 o'clock. Great. We're going to move on to Natas level 16 now. We took an entire live stream to finish Natas level 15. This is going to be uncharted territory from now on. We haven't finished Natas level 16. We're going to be taking a look, and we might get super stuck. So if you know anything about web app security, then this is your time to shine. You can help us out. Maybe I will get super stuck. Maybe I will be able to finish it. Who knows? It's a real test. So let's go ahead and go over here, and let me get the password for the level that we're going to be working on. So all I know. Oh wait, we've done level 16. Okay, we're looking on level 17. Let me go ahead and change my overlay to represent that. So we're going to do level 17 plus. Okay, let's get the address for this page. Whoops. Okay, so everybody, this is the we're doing challenges now. I haven't solved these levels yet, so who knows what's going to go on. So level 17, let me get the password for that. Okay, so everybody, let's go to it. Okay, so the username is going to be Natas17. The password is going to be this. I'm going to sign in. Okay, so this is going to be more SQL stuff. So we've got a username, and we've got a button here that says check existence. So username, let's just say that the username is Natas17, check existence. Okay, so we didn't get anything. So I guess Natas 17 user doesn't exist. How about Natas 18? Okay, so there's no Natas 18 either. Well, at least the application doesn't tell us. How about an admin user? Is there an admin user? Nope. How about a root user? No root user either. Okay, I think at this point we should probably take a look at the application source code. Let's see. Kunalia Dava has just followed on Twitch. Thank you very much. Why don't you have a hack the planet on me? Here you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in the
Okay, so Kunala Dava. Am I correct? Am I pronouncing that correctly? If I'm not, let me know, because I don't want to mispronounce people's names. Let's check to see if there's a Natas user. Okay, we don't know if there's a Natas user either. Okay, it looks like I'm not exactly pronouncing it correctly. All right, so this is the free hacking portion of the stream. Let's put on some music. So I am a big fan of classic gaming, and let's play some classic game music. This is from the Independence War 2 game. It's a fun little sci-fi game. It's got some very moody music. So if you think that the music is too loud, let me know, because I don't want the music to be too loud. Let's turn that down a little bit. Okay, so yeah, doesn't look like there's a Natas user. Let's take a look at and see what the source code looks like. Kunala Dava says, make your Discord server. Yeah, the Discord server is coming in a few months, probably, but right now we're currently organizing with our Reddit page. So we've got a Reddit page over here, reddit.com, our HackerFrogs, and we post all of our weekly schedules over there. So every week we've got 3 streams on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and we've got all of our different topics over there. Oh, you've already joined in Reddit. Great, great. Yeah, so I'm waiting to get some more education material in HackerFrogs before we start up the Discord server. But the Discord server is coming eventually. It's probably going to come sometime in the summer. Okay, so Natas 17, what's going on here? So we're creating a users table with username and password. So it looks like it takes a maximum of 64 characters. And what's going on? So it's either going to return this user exists, this user doesn't exist, or error in query. Huh, that's funny because the application doesn't tell us anything. This user exists, the user doesn't exist, error in query. Yeah, that's weird because the application doesn't give us any feedback. After we check for the user, it doesn't give us anything. So I guess the first thing we need to do is we need to check what username exists, because this looks like it's going to be a what is it called? A Boolean SQL injection. So in order to do an SQL Boolean injection, we need to figure out what a valid statement looks like. So in this case, we need to find a valid username, because otherwise we won't be able to do our SQL injection. What other users could it be? So Natas... How about Natas 16? Nope. Natas 17 doesn't work. Natas 18. Natas 18 doesn't work. Natas 19. Okay. So the first thing we can do is we can try doing a fuzzing attack. So what we want to do is we want to record this this post request inside of Burp Suite, and let me just check to the, let's see, executing query. If MySQL number of rows results is greater than 0, then it says this user exists. If the result is less than 0, well, equal or less than 0, it says this user doesn't exist. Otherwise, it's going to say error in query. Okay. So we can submit to index.php with the post method. Input name equals username. Submit value check existence. So, alright. Let's go ahead and copy this over here. We're going to go back to Burp Suite browser. Okay, we need to supply our username, Natas17. Let's copy the password. Sign in. Okay. So all we need to do here is just record one of these post requests. Let's see, Defus says, check. Oh, this may return true. May return true, okay. Yeah, alright. Let's check the injection payload. So or 1 equals 1. Doesn't return anything, okay. Let's try a slightly different one. Doesn't return anything. Let's try it with a single quote. This might give us an error. Yeah, no response received from remote server. So that's because we're using the wrong type of quote over here. So if we take a look at the source code, we see that the statements are all using double quotes. Okay, so let's go ahead and do a bit of fuzzing. I want to figure out what the valid user value is. So let's just do test. Check existence. Okay. From here we can go over to Burp Suite, and in Burp Suite we're going to go over to our proxy HTTP history, and let's scroll down to the end. So we've got the post request. We're going to send this, actually, we don't need to send this to a repeater. We're just going to save this because we're going to use this with the FFUF program. And to do that, we would right-click and then copy the file. This is going to save the request and all the information in it. We're going to save this as request.txt. Save. Okay. So after that, over in our directory, we've got request.txt. We've got a bunch of clutter in here. I want to get rid of some of this. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at request.txt. So this has all the information that we sent to the server. We're going to do some fuzzing. Fuzzing is basically figuring out what response is going to get something different from the web server. And we're going to try to figure out what a valid username is. So username equals test. We're going to change that to username equals fuzz. We need to include this fuzz parameter somewhere in the request when we feed it into FFUF. So we're going to save this. Okay. So from here, we're going to run the FFUF program. Let's use our request.txt file, and we've got we've got 10 million usernames.txt. I don't feel good about sending that much traffic to this to the Natas level here. Let's see if we can find a shorter username list. Let's find a shorter username list. Locate. How about usernames, top usernames shortlist.txt? We'll try this list. and see what is valid on the system. Okay, let's replace this. Okay, so we are sending a bunch of different usernames here. We need to find what is not a correct request. So it looks like all of these incorrect ones are receiving size 892. So we're going to filter on that. So we're going to say the same thing, but we're going to filter out all the requests that return with this size of request, 892. Oh, wow, this was a very short list. Okay, let's see if we can give it a slightly longer list then. Let me look for another list. Top users short list. Common credentials, Spanish. Okay, let's try the 10 million usernames. If we don't find anything in a little bit, we'll know. Okay, we'll send the same request, only we're using the 10 million usernames. Okay. Wow. That's a lot of requests. We still haven't found anything. I wonder if there's something super obvious that I'm missing here. Because fuzzing the Cypher Enigma, hello, good evening. Nice to see you here. And you know what? How about we give you a desert frog? It's the cutest frog in the world. So Simon Natas says, while that runs, can we check the response times? Valid users might have a different response time, like invalid users might respond in X amount of milliseconds. I'm actually kind of confused. That frog is pretty lit. Yeah, a little bit. We should probably pay attention to the source code here, because normally you don't have access to the source code when you're doing these kind of challenges. It says echo this user exists, but it doesn't say in the code that it's going to echo this. It just says this is a comment, right? This is commented out. So it actually doesn't echo this user exists or this user doesn't exist. So does that mean that we have to determine correct usernames and incorrect usernames solely on the response time? Maybe I should be... Okay, let's get out of here. Let's make a very short list. So Natas... What level of Natas is this? This is 17. Natas17.users. Okay. Natas 17 is one user. Natas 18. We'll check admin. We'll check root. Administrator. And we'll see if the application actually gives us a shorter response time or longer response time with any of these users. Let's go ahead and save the modified buffer. We'll check with FFUF. Okay, so the word list is going to be what is it called? Natas 17 users. Okay. So one of these returned slightly faster than the others. So root returns slightly faster than the others. Does that mean that root is legitimate? Or... Maybe we need to add a few more boards, a few more names to the list. Okay, let's... Seems like a negligible time difference, but potentially, yeah. Let's, Okay, so root administrator, let's add a couple more. How about garbage? How about HackerFrogs? How about, I don't know. How about pretty birds? Okay, let's try this and see if it is slightly different. Huh. Now there's no real difference. Well, these ones... Yeah. Okay. This doesn't tell us anything. I'm just gonna grab all this, I'll grab all the code here, and let's feed it to the AI, maybe it can help us out. Okay, DeepSeek, time to be a hacker. How can we SQL inject on this app? Yeet says, hello, I remember you from a while back. I subbed you, and you told me to use VMs. Use VMs. Let's see, probably time-based blind, union select 1, sleep results in 5-second request time. Okay, so what does, yeah, Yeet, hello, nice to see you here again. And why don't we give you a warm welcome? How about a Nyan? How about a Nyan cat? There you go. Yeah, you subbed me and I told you to use VMs. Have you been trying to use VMs? Have you installed like Kali Linux? Have you been working with that? Let me know how your cybersecurity journey's been going. And Defa says probably time-based, blind, time-based blind. Yeah, it's definitely blind. Well, it's not definitely blind, but the application doesn't show us anything. Yeet says, looked into that, now I'm looking into virtual machines, so I'm practicing virtual machines. I've been pen testing with Kali and Nmap and Aircrack NG. Awesome. Yeah, have you been taking a look at have you been using Tryhackme? Have you been using PicoCTF? What are you trying to work towards? Are you trying to become like a pen tester? Do you have some other goal in mind? Let me know. Okay, so what does the AI say? The AI says, vulnerable to SQL injection due to unsanitized user input. So the username is directly concatenated into an SQL query. Here's how to exploit it and bypass authentication. So this is constructed as select star from users where username equals something. So you can break out of the quoted string and inject malicious SQL. Let's see, Yeet says, yes, did Tryhackme. It was a little bit complicated, but I got the hang of it. I want to become a cybersecurity expert. Yeah, so when you say cybersecurity is very specialized, when you say cybersecurity expert, do you want to get into the into like a pen testing role? Do you want to do like defensive cybersecurity, like, you know, digital forensics or incident response? The first thing you want to do is you want to figure out what the ultimate goal is. Let's see, resulting query, or 1 equals 1. It's going to comment out the rest of the query. It's going to make the condition always true, returning all rows. Return all rows. The application doesn't actually return anything, as far as I know. What do you think is better for AI in terms of learning about ethical hacking, ChatGPT or DeepSeek? I would use DeepSeek because DeepSeek doesn't have any guardrails, and you can ask it for hacking stuff, and you don't have to say that I'm doing this specifically for a CTF. It's just going to give you the information. If you use ChatGPT, sometimes if you don't specify that you're doing this for a CTF or you're doing this as a cybersecurity exercise, it's going to say I'm not allowed to give you that information. But DeepSeek doesn't care. Yeah, DeepSeek does. It probably does have some limitations. I haven't encountered any limitations so far. But I'm not especially trying to do something like, I'm not trying to do anything illegal. I just want to get information that talks about hacker stuff. Okay, so, let's see if... Actually, I'm going to include the SQL payload as one of the names on the list. Let's see if it actually gives us something different. It's Natas 7 users, Natas 17 users. Okay. He says, same here, I just want to learn more about ethical hacking, so I know my way around when I study cybersecurity in college. Oh, are you planning to enroll in college for cybersecurity? That's awesome. Okay, let's see. It looks like our SQL injection payload didn't really make that much of a difference. It's the same response, basically. Yeet says, yes, I want to make it a career path. So... I wonder... So you haven't started your college yet. I'd say Tryhackme is a good place to start. I think that Pico CTF. Well, I was talking with another person about the Pico CTF playlist over here. So I've got a list of Pico CTF challenges, and even for people who have done a lot of Tryhackme, there is stuff inside of Pico CTF that's very interesting as well. Not yet, still in high school. Okay. But yeah, if you... Actually, the Pico CTF event is probably more relevant to you because you can try out the Pico CTF competition, and actually you can win prizes if you're still in high school. Depends on how long you're still in high school, of course. Okay, so ads are running on Twitch. People on YouTube also get an ad. And let's go ahead and play a bird video. Here's a bird video. We'll be back in about a minute. While the ads run, we're not going to do any more in our challenge. See you in about a minute. So these are my favorite birds. These are the stellar jays, and they're always hanging around and eating peanuts, and they're just such fun. They're just such fun little birds to watch. But let me know. Are you don't answer the question if you don't want to. But may I ask what country you're located in? Because sometimes some of these questions about cybersecurity might change a little bit depending on where you're studying cybersecurity and where you're trying to look for a job. Oh, you're in the United States. Okay. So yeah, that means that you definitely should look into the Pico CTF competition. Well, actually, the Pico CTF competition just ended, but as far as like training is concerned, Pico CTF is a very good platform for learning about cybersecurity, and as well as Tryhackme. And depending on what you want your specialization to be, if it's in like pen testing, network pen testing, web app pen testing, then you want to look at Tryhackme, and then after you get used to doing stuff at Tryhackme, you want to move on to Hack the Box, probably. Let's see, Yeet says, I was actually going to try for DEF CON. Oh, DEF CON CTF, really? Wow. That's very ambitious. I've heard of it, yeah. I've never even seen any of the challenges from the DEF CON CTF, but so some of the most competitive CTF teams, as far as like colleges in the United States are concerned, are places like Carnegie Mellon University. That's up in. Is that up in Connecticut? I'm not sure. My geography is pretty bad for American geography. But yeah. I wish you all best of luck on your cybersecurity journey. And if you have any questions, go ahead and ask the questions, because I have worked in the cybersecurity industry for a little while. I worked as a web app pen tester for about half a year. So if you have any questions about what it's like to do pen testing, it's a lot of report writing. But anyways, okay. So we need to figure out what kind of SQL injection we need to do here. So if the application checks, let's see, number of rows greater than 0, it will return true, even if the username doesn't exist. Okay, so Caterbug says, "How's it going? How's it going, Caterbug? Doing some web app challenges over here, and let's go ahead and give you a redeem. How about a frog song? There you go." Yeet, I don't know if you want to be talking about that on the live stream. Caterbug says, in your opinion, what's the best way for somebody to get started? It really depends on how much technical knowledge you have. So Caterbug on Twitch, if you know your way around like applications, if you've been working a lot with tech in the past. Oh, okay. Well, we do not endorse any illegal activity on this channel, but yeah. Let's see. Best way for someone to get started. It really depends on how much you know already. If you don't know anything, and you want to get a job, like you want to get into cybersecurity doing like a technical role, then I'll recommend the my Pico CTF playlist over here. Start with Pico CTF and do a bunch of challenges in different categories, and figure out which category makes you the most excited, or which one like calls out to you. So if you're doing like reverse engineering versus like binary hacking or web app hacking, you need to find the type of hacking that makes you the most comfortable. Yeah. Okay, so what are we talking about? If the app doesn't reveal output, it doesn't reveal any output here. So use time delays to infer data. So let's see. So this returns true. Yeet is asking, what are you doing right now? So we're just doing a web app challenge right now. We're trying to do some SQL injection. Automate with an SQL map. We're doing. Let me point you at the level we're doing right now. You could try it out yourself. So this is the URL that we're looking at right now. This is the password, and the username is this. Okay, so just to make sure that we have injection, we should probably do some sort of payload here. So the payload is going to be or 1 equals 1, and then we would sleep, right? Yeet says, you doing challenges like ethical pen testing of website vulnerabilities? These are educational challenges. So basically, this is a series of challenges. We start at level 0. We're currently on level 17, and you're trying to get the password for the next level by hacking the website in some way. If you're interested, I've got some walkthroughs for this series of challenges over here. I'll give you the link. Automated with SQL map, extract data via error messages. So if debug 1 is enabled, as seen in the code, errors may leak. Well, might as well give it a try. So this doesn't seem to give us anything no matter what. Cool, thanks. Wanted to pop by and say hi. I'll be back one day telling you how much I learned. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. If you have any questions, if you just want to pop in, say hi, see what's going on, I appreciate it all. Thanks for the resources. I'll start looking to them. Yeah, let us know what's going on. I'm all about helping people get into cybersecurity. If anybody has any questions at all about cybersecurity, you know, how to get into cybersecurity, there are no dumb questions. I'm here to answer anything you like, as long as we don't endorse illegal activity, of course. Okay, so triggers a duplicate key error, leaking the administrator's password. No, it doesn't. Okay. Use prepended sequences, input validation. This is teaching us how to fix it. Okay, so maybe we can get some time-based payload. Let's give it a try. Oh, I didn't copy it. Okay, this came back immediately. This is more difficult than I thought. So this sleep didn't work. Or if sleep null. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay, so I guess the most obvious thing we could do is we could try to feed this to SQL map and see if it can do it automatically for us. So we saved out the request, and we can feed the request to SQL map. And in this case, the name of the request is request.txt. Okay, let's see if we can find something. So I don't have very high hopes for using SQLmap because SQLmap didn't work for the previous SQL-based injection. So post parameter does not seem to be injectable. So all tested parameters do not seem to be injectable. So try to increase values for level or risk options if you want to perform more tests. If you suspect that there's some sort of protection, you could try using the option -- tamper or switch random agent. So level, we could try increasing the level, which makes the make the tests more invasive. Okay, so might not be injectable. Let's we'll leave this running for a little bit. Select star from users where username request username. Okay. So you can also take a look at the code manually over here. Select star from usernames where username equals something. Echo executing query. We didn't get this either, so it doesn't tell the application actually doesn't send anything to us. But I wonder why the response is actually so large. So when we used FFUF, where did we use FFUF? Here. When we used FFUF, we found that the size of the response is actually pretty large. It's 892. I wonder what takes up all that space. I can take a look inside of Burp Suite. So this is the post request. Let's go ahead and send this to the repeater. So when we send this, oh, okay. The response is basically the, yeah. It's basically the contents of index.php again. But we don't actually get any information in the body. Deepa says, union select one sleep from information schema columns where P seems to be the first character of the user. Interesting. Let me try that out. Users and column. Okay. I think what you need to do is you need to script it out, because the previous SQL problem involved using a script to do the blind injection as well. Second the Mind, sup, hello, nice to see you here. How are you doing? Why don't we give you a nice hack the planet? There you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get it.
So this is a working payload because it takes 5 seconds to come back. So okay. So we can actually start making a script based on this. All right. Anyway, let me save this out. Nano payload. Let's just save this payload. And I think there was a script that we were using in the previous level where we were looking at SQL injection as well. Let me go ahead and get that script. Deefus, was it you who wrote the script last time? Or was it somebody else? But let me get the script. This was for Natas level 16, I think. Oh, okay. Yeah. This looks kind of similar to the blind injection, blind OS injection, blind OS command injection. Okay. So let's take a look at. Diva says, "Not me. I think I did. I just did the SQL injection room on Tryhackme this week. Helped me a lot." Yeah. No. I think I teach parts of that room in my web application course. So it's Natas 17. Whoops, Natas 17. Okay, so this is what the script looks like. Deefus, if you want to take a look at what the script looks like, it's at this GitHub page. So let's see. URL. Okay, the URL is not going to be the same. But I think we can. I can start playing around with this. Okay, so there's requests, basic auth, right? We need to give our basic auth credentials for Natas 17, and I need to provide the password. We need to automate this sucker. Okay, so pass file, we don't necessarily want to do a password file. So password characters. We're basically doing the same thing. We're iterating over the list over here to try to figure out what the username is. Yeet says bye. Oh. Yeah, no worries. Yeet, let's give you something to go out on. How about all the things? It's a hacker rap.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Okay, so let's see. Yeah, so we iterate through all the characters, and then we try to. Another thing that we could do is we could probably look for. Yeah, second the mind. We're doing blind SQL, blind time-based for Natas 17. So find out what characters the password contains. In this case, we're not talking about passwords. We're talking about username. But what do we do? What is the so one thing we have to ask ourselves is what's the goal, right? Because even if we get a valid username, so Second Mind says first construct your proof of concept baseline payload, which gives you positive value for one character. Yeah. So Deefus, who's in the chat, he provided us with the working payload, and the working payload was this one right here. I'll just paste it in the chat. So we have to think about what the goal is going to be. So we're going to look for what happens after we get the username. So let's just say that we leak out the username. Is the username going to be the password for the next level? or do we need to look somewhere else? We probably need... We probably need to find out all the tables in the database. But the other thing, yeah. So it tells us that there is a users table in this comment here. So there's a users table, there's a username table, and then there's a password table. So I guess after we get a valid username, then we have to get their password. And I'm guessing that the password is going to be the password for the next level. Diva says, I was a step ahead. Actually, this payload looks for the column names, which are username and password. I'll try to build a payload for the password now that the user is probably Natas18. Did we find out that that the username is probably Natas18? Probably. So we definitely know that there's a users table, and inside the users table there's a username and a password. So let's go back to the script. So get password. So the pass file, we don't have to worry about the pass file in this case. I'm just going to get rid of it. MySQL. I think this is probably MySQL. Yeah, this is MySQL. Well, unless it's lying to us, it's probably MySQL. So let's see. Maybe I can find a better script somewhere out there on the internet. So blind, time-based, SQLi, Python. Advanced time-based blind SQLi. Automating blind SQLi. Let's check out this this repository here. SQLi it's a great image anyways. It's a robust Python tool designed to detect time-based blind SQLi injections in HTTP request headers. Request headers? So you need the mid function. Mid function? Unlike other scanners, SQLi Sniper is designed to eliminate false positives through alerts on detection, built-in Discord, Discord notification. I'm not too sure. Mid function is MS SQL equivalent vocal to substring. So here's the thing. I don't do a lot of blind SQL, like SQL injection stuff, especially not time-based, well, Boolean or time-based, because I would rather automate all that stuff. So Defus says union select one sleep from users where username like Natas18. Let's see. Now for the password. Okay, so we've got let me check out the this payload. This looks like it works because it took a while to come back. Oh, okay. So, right. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to figure out how to union select. So it looks like there are two things being, there are two things that are being returned here because we have to union select with two columns. Username like Natas18. So it would be username. So select from users where username equals Natas18. And password like A. Users is the table, username is the column. Users is the table. Okay, hold on. So from users where username equals Natas18 and password like A. Peanut Gamer 9. Hiya, how are we doing? We're just doing some web app pen testing right here, and we are doing Natas level 17. Just in case you were looking to try yourself, there is the URL, and where's the password? This is the password. So let's see, you have to do a something if you want to enum the first character, otherwise you're going to enum the last character. Sorry, my bad. Let's see. Peanut Gamer 9 says, I need to get back to the labs, work's been kicking my butt. Ah, okay. And let's see, Second of Mine says mid password 11 equals A. Mid password 11 equals A. Okay, so this came back immediately. I mean, B. I think C. Yeah, there's got to be there has got to be an automated way to do this. Actually, let's just ask the AI. Maybe it can give us some. Okay, we are doing blind time-based SQLi injection, and we have a working payload. We want to automate the password leaking process with Python. Let's see. Defa says you could do it with burp intruder. Huh. I've never done it with burp intruder. Peanut Gamer 9 says, have you been watching the US government Signal app fiasco? It's been a very expensive and frightening lesson in OPSEC and cybersecurity. I heard a little bit about it. Intruder would be pretty easy for at least the first one. I haven't done SQL injection with oh, we got ads. Sorry. YouTube people get ads, and let's do the bird bath. This is my favorite video. It is the best. Alright, we'll be back in about a minute. Oh, sorry, we'll be back in about 20 seconds. But please enjoy the birds. I just need to take a little water break. So Peanut Gamer 9, you're talking about the Signal fiasco. I only saw the headlines. I didn't read too much into I didn't read too much into what actually happened, but I'm guessing that that somebody was sending sensitive government documents through the Signal app. That's my guess. Let's see. Sick of the Mind says Intruder would be pretty easy for at least the first one. Okay. Oh, still have birds on the screen. Okay. But let's see. So Burp Suite Intruder. We've got. Where do we put our payload? So we put our payload over here in username, right? Let's go ahead and get the payload. And I'm not sure if I'm using the correct payload or not. Let's copy this. Burp Suite. Payload is this. Okay, and then we'll send this to the intruder. Password like, and we'll just use this as the position. Add position, and let's see, simple list. Ooh, what do we put in the list? It's A to Z, and then let's see. Add from list. Add from list is pro version only. We can paste. Let's create that list. List A to Z. Actually, we can get an AI to do this, right? How about let's do ChatGPT for this. Peanut Gamer says they accidentally added the editor-in-chief of the Atlantic News site to the Signal group chat, and they were discussing war plans for attack. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! They were literally talking about minute by minute. Okay. There was a journalist in the group chat with no clearance. They're using their personal devices since the government devices are blocked from installing Signal or any publicly available chat platform. There was a lot of confidential data that was out there, including a name. Oh no. That's pretty bad. It's almost as bad as big government people installing like TikTok on their phone and then and then giving. Anyways, that sounds really bad. Let's build the first payload in Intruder with Burp Suite. Yeah. So let's go ahead and do, what was it? Give me a list with all the letters in the alphabet. One letter on each line, with no line numbers, and then all of the numbers from 0 to 9. Include both lowercase and uppercase letters. Okay, Second the Mind says union select. Oh, well, I mean, we need to put the payload. Yeah, okay. Let me just copy this all. It's one thing on each line. That's the character list. Yeah. Let's go ahead and. Yeah. Thank you very much for the list. Let's try this one over here. We're gonna paste in the list. Oh no. Okay, I guess I need to manually edit this. Can I edit this? Oh, I can remove. Okay. So let's see. I'll remove this. Yeah, no, I was just looking for a list with one character on each line, and I think we can use this. So we'll just start the attack here, and we'll see if community edition of Burp Suite contains demo version of Burp Intruder. Let's see. So status code error timeout length. We don't need. Oh, okay. We need to add something else to the list. In this case, we need to add... How do we add columns? I've done it before. Hide column. Where do we add the columns? Positions. Response received. Is this in milliseconds? So is it lowercase x? Hold on. Let's go back to the application. Okay, this came back right away. So it's probably not it. So let's go back. So this is the intruder attack. Timeout. Length. How do we add... Okay, let me just look this up. Burp Suite. Intruder. Add column. Intruder column options. Head to settings in intruder and scroll down to grep extract. This feature allows you to add a column in the results table. How about add column for response time? Response time column in intruder. Within you can add the response received. Response received, ability to view the delay of the response in the column. Okay, so this information is already captured but hidden by default. You can turn it on by using the columns menu and select response received, response completed. Okay. So that's what I want. So let's cancel this attack first. Can we? Yeah, let's get rid of it. Discard it. And what was that? Columns menu. Columns menu select. Right. So where's the columns menu? Settings? Attack settings, grep match. Grep extract. Grep payloads, redirections. Okay, so maybe it's in general settings. So let's look for columns. Nope. How about the intruder? I could have sworn there was an easy way to do this. payloads, redirections, HTTP version. The information is already captured but is hidden by default. You can turn it on by using the columns menu and select responses received, responses completed. It'd be more easy to have a single column with the computed delay value. The two timers contain different information. Can you tell me what the response received and response completed are? These two items server side, client side. Okay, are you looking for how to enable the response received and response completed columns options in your intruder attack results table? There is a menu option available when the results table is in focus. It has the options attack, save, and columns. Attack, save, and columns. Okay, let's try doing it again. Attack, save, and columns. So all I see here is okay, let's start the attack. Huh. So attack and save is here, but the columns is not. Why can't I find this? Okay, payloads, right? Resources pool. Settings. So, to people who do a lot of burp suite stuff, if you know how to get the response times to show up in the intruder attack, let us know. Please let us know. Comment. Hide column. We can hide a column, but we can't sort. We can hide a column, but we can't have more columns appear. Tab settings. Okay. Oh, no. Okay, oh, here we go. Why? Okay, response received, response completed. Okay, timeout, error, cookies, comment. Great. So, looks like we've got a really big... So the payload that gives us the biggest difference between... So these are all going to be the same. Timeout. Length is all going to be the same. Ooh, length is different. That's weird. Let's hide this column too. Response received looks like milliseconds. Yeah. So these payloads resulted in 5 response received, response completed. We need to... Yeah, but the problem is that the intruder is really slow. The intruder is really slow, and we have to wait a long time to get results. Zani says, let's see. Hello, Zani. Nice to see you. Let's see. Second of Mine says this is only to test the POC because it's free versus community. Yeah, for sure. In the meantime, while we're waiting for this to all run, if it's any constellation, intruder on mine finished in about 5 seconds. What are we working on? We're working on web app security testing. We're currently doing this level over here from the Natas game, and if you want to try this out yourself, we got the password and the username for you as well. If you want to test your web app security skills. Okay, so let's see. Sicken the mind. What is the? So if you know what the first character is, let us. Why don't you let us know, just so I can test it here to make sure that my payload is working. Do a POC verification of the number 6. Huh. Number 6, huh? Oh, wow. It is the number 6. 10-second timer. Yeah, we've got the 5-second timer on right now, and seems to have worked. Okay, so the intruder attack. Huh. But strangely enough, the payload in the intruder attack didn't give us any delay. That's really weird. Okay, let's change the music. Of course, it's the music that's getting in the way, of course. How about some cool, what was it? The Valhalla soundtrack. It's a great little cyberpunk bartending game. What does my payload look like? Didn't see. Let me grab the payload. So my payload is the one that Defus gave to us a little while ago. Looks like that. Okay, so what about the AI? I was asking the AI earlier about automation here. Okay, we've got some. Here's a Python script to automate blind time-based SQL injection for extracting the password character by character using the working payload. Okay, let's give this a try. Actually, let's get rid of this. Oh, I didn't save it out. Okay. Okay, let's create the file. That is 17 up high. Okay, so is it as easy as is it as easy as just feeding it into the AI? Will it just give us a working script? Okay, so what we got here? So we've got our URL, we've got our auth, our basic auth stuff here. So it's Natas 17. We need to provide our password each time. And Zoni, hey, I don't think I've seen you around here before. Are you a cybersecurity student or are you a cybersecurity professional? Let us know, because we're all about the cybersecurity on this channel. Okay, so we got characters equals. Okay, we don't need all these characters, but sure, why not? ASCII letters, string digits. Okay, password. Found character equals true. While found character. Found characters. Okay, so we've got our infinite loop over here. So for character and characters, payload. Check if the current password starts with something. Known characters plus new character. So the payload is going to be this. So union select 1, sleep 5 from characters where Natas 18 and password like binary. Like binary. I think Zani says, yeah, I know, I watched the stream 1 or 2 times, but graduated with a master's degree in cybersecurity. Oh, awesome, awesome. Awesome, great, great. Master's degree in cybersecurity. Was there an internship program in your well, was there did you do an internship during your program? I'm just wondering because sometimes these programs like give you internship opportunities that can lead to employment. Let's see. So we've got our payload over here. It's the union select 1 and then sleep 5. Okay, password like binary, password plus character. Password plus character. Okay. Found characters. If no new characters found, password is complete. Password extraction complete. It was a thesis. Oh, it was a thesis program. Okay. But yeah, what kind of job are you? What kind of job role are you looking for in cybersecurity? Are you looking for something on the defensive side or something on the offensive side, like pen testing or something like digital forensics or incident response? Yeah, of course there's so many different roles inside of cybersecurity. Okay, let's see if the script works. Zani says, ideally, SOC analyst, reverse engineer, malware analyst. Oh, okay. So we're looking more blue team stuff. Let's see. Zani says, kind of rare these days. Found character 6. Okay, so it looks like the script is working here. Kind of rare these days. SOC analyst. I think another question I might ask Zani, if you don't mind me asking, is have you worked in cybersecurity before? Because one of the biggest things in cybersecurity is finding a local cybersecurity group. And so, for example, I live around Vancouver, so I would search for something like Vancouver cybersecurity meetup, and there are Vancouver's really big, and Vancouver actually does have a big cybersecurity scene, so there is an established cybersecurity meetup group. Well, there's actually a number of them, and what I would do, if I were you, is I would find the local cybersecurity scene and start making friends. So, cybersecurity for control systems, this is very specialized, but there's like 306 people part of this group. And they actually met up fairly recently. So they've got something coming up at the end of March. And let's see, I'm part of this organization over here, Van CitySec, and I'm also every once in a while I go to the OWASP Vancouver events over here. But find out when cybersecurity people meet up in your city, and start going to those events and start making friends. That's my recommendation. Okay, so we're leaking out the password now. I think the password should be about 16 characters. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we should be able to leak out the password in the next minute or two. So this same goes for everybody else. Is it not 32? Let me take a look. How many characters? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Oh, it looks like yeah, it does look like 32. These passwords are kind of long. So Sick in the Mind, you probably have the password already, right? You've been working on this for a while. Okay, so it might take a little longer than... We'll just leave this running for a little bit. I guess we're not using Burp Suite right now, so let me go ahead and shut down this attack. Let's see, I just got the POC and threw it in it. Oh, you know, Sick in the Mind, you must be a cybersecurity professional. Because if you weren't a cybersecurity professional, you wouldn't have access to Burp Suite Professional. That's my guess. Let me know if I'm right. Senior pen tester. Okay. Nice to have you here. And yeah, Sick in the Mind, if you were a person who is looking to get into a job as a SOC analyst or reverse engineer malware analyst, like Zani11 is, what advice would you give? I think you should become friends with the people in your city's local cybersecurity scene. They probably will be able, after you get to know them, they will give you a lot of good advice on how to start looking for jobs, and they might actually know some people who are looking for jobs at their companies. Let's see. Sick in the Mind says, yeah, become a scene kid. Well, scene kid means something a little bit different where I'm from, but yeah, get into the cybersecurity scene and start making some friends. They'll be able to get you your first job, and I think that's this is what you do to get a cybersecurity job. You go in the back door, and the back door is basically knowing somebody who's actively hiring and being friends with them, because nepotism applies in every industry, including cybersecurity. And that's kind of like also Cert Up. Yeah, actually, there's a new certification that's all the hotness right now. It's what is it? What is it called? Let's see. It's from Hack the Box. No, it's from Tryhackme. Blue Team certification. Certifications are expensive. Well, some certifications are less expensive than others. Let's see. I think it was from I'm pretty sure it was from Tryhackme. Let me look that up real quick. Let's see. Let's go to Get Certified. A SAL1, right? Yeah. So let me okay, I'll leave here's the link. I'm not too sure how much this costs. Okay, this is $349. Nick Baring says the really expensive ones are not meant for you to pay for yourself. They're for your employer to have bragging rights that you have it for them. Yeah. The really expensive ones, especially ones from the SANS Institute. I don't know very much about the SANS Institute. All I know about is their reputation for being very, very expensive. But this doesn't seem too expensive. $350. And it is something that is very, very popular right now. Let's see. Sick in the Mind says borrow books from another cybersecurity person. Pay out of pocket for the cert. But I think there's also a certification from Hack the Box. Let me check real quick. Okay, so we got certifications in paths and modules. We've got, so this is red team, this is also pretty much red team. Certified Defensive Security Analyst. So this one's a little more expensive, but the stuff from Hack the Box is also very well regarded. Here's this one. Yeah, so it says the target audience is entry-level security analysts, entry-level SOC analysts, entry-level incident handlers, forensics analysts, pen testers, IT administrators, etc. But in the meantime, it looks like we got the password. It looks like the script got stuck. So I'm gonna try this password here and log into the next level. So this would be Natas 18. Try logging in. Okay, yeah, that was it. Okay, so it says, what does it say here? So please log in with your admin account to retrieve credentials for Natas 19. So this is probably going to be the same thing, only slightly more difficult. This method of authentication appears to be unsafe and has been disabled for now. If request username equals admin, return 1. Username equals admin. Okay. You're logged in as a regular user. Log in as an admin to retrieve credentials for Natas 19. Okay. Well, we managed to finish a level, which was, of course, we had a lot of help. a lot of help. Let's see. Sick in the Mind says offsec is 1, 2 now. Whoa, offsec is 1. Offsec is 2, 1 for SOC and 1 for incident response. Let me look that up real quick. So offensiveoffsec.com. Let's see. I guess I can take a look at all their certifications. Information security training and certifications. So this is offensive security. But stuff from offensive security is probably going to be more expensive than usual. Let's see. Pen testing, web, SOC. Okay. So we got SOC 200. Let's SOC 200, threat hunting. Threat hunting is also blue team. Incident response. Huh, interesting. So let's see, cybersecurity essentials. Threat hunting one, yeah. Secure Java development essentials. Okay. Alright, so the foundational security, operations, and defensive analysis. This is kind of pricey. So $17.50. So the one for threat hunting is also $17.50, okay? And the one for incident response is also $17.50. So I don't know. This is the type of stuff that you want to get your boss to pay for, because the prices are kind of high. I kind of want to find out how much OSCP costs right now. So OSCP, that is Pen 200. Yeah, Pen 200. This costs, yeah, okay, same price, $17.50. Sick in the Mind says, I paid out of pocket for mine. Same price because they're baseline minimum 90 days lab. Okay. So it's more about paying for the lab access. I got into... I've done OSCP OSCP training. I didn't pass my exam, but I did the OSCP training back before they introduced Active Directory to the exam. So I got to do the OSCP exam with the buffer overflow machine. Not that it helped me all that much. Oh, Sick in the Mind has done both flavors of it. Great. Kept at it. Yeah. I would say, what would I say? If I were to get into pen testing these days, I would probably do a cheaper certification. A cheaper certification like the one from, let's see, PNPT? Is that what it's called? Certification. Oh no, that's not it. PNPT, yeah, PNPT from TCM Security. But that's not a very well-known certification. The other certification that people are talking about these days are the CPTS. Yeah, from Hack the Box. Which is supposed to be more difficult than the OSCP. So PNPT, yeah, this one is $500, and that's for people who are trying to get into a pen testing position. So let's see. So it says, this is not a CTF. Our exams provide an experience that is similar to what it will be asked to in set a professional environment. 0 flags to capture. Okay. Stan, hello. How are you doing, man? Nice to see you here. Let's give you a fun redeem. How about this one? It's a Unix system.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Let's see. Sick in the Mind says they both took their shots at both OffSec and EC console in those bullets. You mean these ones? No multiple choice questions, 0 flags to capture? Yeah, so Stan says, I'm fine, how are you? So we just finished a level over at the Natas CTF, and it was some blind time-based SQL injection. It was took a while to do. So the other big pen testing certification that people are talking about these days is the CPTS. People say that this is a more difficult exam. This is a more difficult exam than the OSCP, but they also say that the training is better than OSCP as well. I haven't taken this myself, but I've heard from a few different people that this is really good. Let's see, Sick in the Mind says, I will give it a try next year. Interesting, do you have a certification in mind? Sick in the Mind says, I've got Learn Unlimited right now. Oh, you mean from Hack the Box? But let's take a look at how much this thing costs. I think it was somewhere around $800, if I remember correctly. Oh, I need to create an account. Hold on, let me get my login. Academy? Oh, it's gotta be... What? I gotta sign in? Okay, that's not it. Where was my Hack the Box? That not it? Hack the Box Academy. Okay, now we're in. Jeez. Let's see. Academy and HDB Labs. Where was the, Let's see. What was it? Oh, I missed a lot of messages. Sick of the Mind says, working in OSWE, OSEP, whoa, that's a lot of certifications, and OSED to try and get my OSCE3. I think it's under around $1,200. Do we have to pay for the THM SOC Analyst cert? Are you going to retake OSCP? Oh, no, me? I'm probably not going to retake OSCP. I don't have any real reason to. Ad block. Wait, I don't have ad block on this machine, do I? I don't think I do. I already did it. Swipe some notes from AWS content that they added to it. The only thing about CPTS courseware is I hate the format of their course page. I don't like the learning modules on Tryhackme, on Tryhackme Academy, but it is what it is. Let's see. Exams. I think it was here. Yeah, CPTS. So penetration test, okay, 28 modules, 1 voucher. Exam information. It's the modules on HDB that bother me. When you open the module, everything is aligned on the right. Yeah, everything is on this side. Okay, so they don't tell you about prices, huh? So related raw job role path. I just want to know. I just want to know the dang price. Okay, let's just look for it in Google. CPTS hack the box price. Please refer to the pricing tab. Get the student plan for $8 a month. Once done with the pen tester bath by the CPTS. Oh, okay. So if you're a student, you can use the student plan to get all the materials for. Do you get all the materials for $8 a month? Why do Brits always got to go the opposite? Don't know about British people. I've encountered a few British people over the years, but I don't. Strangely enough, I'm not close friends with the. I don't know what that says. Anyways, we should probably do a little write-up on what was going on the. Where did you get the script for the Natas 18 challenge? So we got it from our friendly AI. Password extraction complete. So many of these. Yeah, we just got it from by prompting DeepSeek over here. I'll throw this in the GitHub in just a sec. Let's go ahead and this is Natas 18. Let's start editing this. Okay, so the username in this case was Natas18. AI not allowed on OSCP. That's true. That's true because AI can get you shellcode, and you're not allowed to manually. You're not allowed to automatically generate that kind of stuff. The password that we got was. Actually, wait. I shouldn't be putting my right up here. I should be putting it in the other. Anyways, let's commit these changes first. This is supposed to be for 17. So now to 17. Start editing this thing. Okay, so the web vulnerability in this case, this is SQL injection. Specifically, this is blind time-based injection. Okay, so how do we solve this? I guess I'll provide the code over there. Hold on. So, Defus, how have you been lately, man? Don't get too much time to talk. You're in Germany. What time is it in Germany right now? It must be morning time. It's got to be, right? Let's see, Germany. Germany time is, oh, it is really late. It is really late. Why are you up so late? You must love watching cybersecurity live streams. Jeez. Okay, so I copied that over. Let's go ahead and we'll paste in this code. I should probably be be honest and say that I got this code from the DeepSeek AI. And let's talk a little bit about this. So we need to, what do we know? We know some from the source code. We know a few things. And what are these things that we know? So we know the name of the table. The name of the table is users and the columns in the table. Diva says, I like CS stuff. This is basically my normal time to be awake. I'm some kind of vampire. Some kind of vampire. Yeah, I usually can't get to sleep before 2 o'clock in the morning or something. It's actually not very good for my health. I should probably go to bed earlier, is what I should do. The columns in the table. So the columns in the table are username, username and password. So we know that there's a users table, username and password. We have to construct a payload that causes the app to sleep. Because the application doesn't give us any text feedback. Diva says, my job doesn't really give me restrictions on when to do the work, so just living my schedule. Huh. I've worked night jobs before where I had to teach. I was teaching for a while. I was teaching English overseas, and I had one job where I was teaching up until like 9 o'clock at night, and I would get back home at like 10 p.m. And that was not great. That was not great because I was waking up at like 12 p.m. and then doing some stuff and then going to work at like 4 or something. And anyways, it was bad. It was bad. Let's see. Okay, so we have to construct a payload that causes the app to sleep because the app doesn't give us any text feedback. We also need to construct a union-based payload and determine the number of columns returned. So that would be something like, well, we know what the payload is. This payload will get us started. So Diva says, yeah, I had such a job before, now it's really chill. As long as the work gets done, I can do whatever I want, whenever I want. That sounds like a pretty cool... It sounds like a pretty cool boss. Right now I'm doing content creation, and the only boss is myself trying to get more views on YouTube. Oh, if you're watching on YouTube, why don't you give a like and a subscribe on the channel and on the video or on the live stream? It would really help me a lot. Thank you. Anyways, we're probably gonna have an ad coming up in a little bit too. Okay, so the payload is gonna get us started, and we know that from the previous application. What payload were we working with? Let's see, Natas 17. Okay, so the one that's going to get us started is Union Select 1. One Sleep 5 from users, where username like something and password, well, username like a basically like username like a, but we can shortcut this process by guessing that the username we're looking for is Natas 18. Let's see, Diva says they even paid for the OSCP, but I failed. Now I'm trying to get better because I really owe them. So when you don't get any free retakes for OSCP, how much do the attempts cost? I remember when I was taking it, the retakes were like $300. Let me look that up real quick. So OSCP retake cost $350. Okay. So if you need to retake the OSCP exam after exhausting your included attempts, you can purchase a regular exam retake for $250. So I'm guessing that's $250 US. Take the updated OSCP exam and earn OSCP Plus. Okay. But yeah, are you I think you can retake the exam within, is it 6 months? Is it 6 months or 8 months? It's one of the two. Okay, you have 120 days from the purchase date to schedule and retake the exam. That's no longer valid. Okay, so these prices are not the same. There's no limit? Huh. OSCP exam guide. Okay. OSCP exam guide. Okay, so you've got 24 hours, right? OSCP exams are proctored, great. Exam structure, point allocation, exploit code, exam proofs. Okay, so they don't talk about... Where do they talk about, They don't talk about the costs. I guess there's an FAQ over here as well. Let's see. What are the exam restrictions? What is the retake policy? Okay, so you can view additional details of cooling off period here. So new exam retakes are valid for... Okay, so the retakes are at least 4 weeks. Six weeks. Not exactly the information I was looking for. But anyways, let's finish off this write-up. Okay, so this payload is going to get us started here, but we can shortcut this process by guessing that the username that we're looking for is Natas18. That means we can start leaking the user's password with this payload. Okay, so the payload is, what is it? Here. Okay, so we're from users where username equals Natas18 and password like something. Okay, so we should automate this task because the passwords are 32 characters long. So I got this code from the DeepSeek AI. This is not a perfect script, but I'm pretty sure that DeepSeek probably found something very similar for Natas17 exactly, because it knew that we were dealing with Natas17, and it knew to include the basic auth credentials here. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch, so ads on YouTube too. And let's put on some birds. How about the happy birds? I love the happy birds. Okay, so these are the happy birds. They're the birds that don't fight with each other. That's very nice because most of the time when you see the birds at the bird feeder, they are very vicious and aggressive. But these birds don't mind sharing. Okay, let's put the birds away and let's finish up our write-up. You know, now that we're in the full swing of things, if anybody here has any requests as far as what you want to see from the live stream in the future, let us know. Let us know in the chat, because I like taking suggestions, and I would very much appreciate knowing what everybody wants to see. Do you want to see more live demonstrations like this, or do you want to see more education content? Do you want to see stuff on on Wi-Fi hacking, or do you want to see more reverse engineering? What kind of stuff do you want to see? So, Tommy says more birds. Of course, I will always provide more birds. That is my natural state of being. Okay, so I think this is, and Tommy, hey, welcome to the stream. Haven't seen you in a hot minute. How about we give you a redeem? Hack the planet, my friend.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get out.
Tommy, are you still doing your SQL course? Because we just did. Ah, okay. Tommy says I've been super busy. Oh, still doing the SQL course. Okay. Yeah, we just finished up this level from Natas, from the Natas CTF. This was some blind time-based SQL injection, which is not my favorite type. If you're interested in the write-up, it's just over here. Tommy says, I work for a school, then got a second job for night school. Ah, okay. I work 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Whoa. That's a lot of work. I hope you're doing okay. Okay. So I think I've been sitting on all of these Pico CTF. Let's see. Tommy says it's basic help desk stuff. Oh wow. Huh, that's some pretty good pay. That's some pretty good pay, even though the hours seem okay. But the thing is are you running around like when you do your help desk job? Like, are you super busy at the job, or do you have some time to do some studying, or like, you know? It's sporadic. Okay. Yeah, I've been sitting on a lot of Pico CTF walkthroughs. I solved a bunch of challenges from the latest Pico CTF event, but we're not allowed to publish any of our write-ups until, well, for another couple weeks. I think they said that they should have all of the announcements finished by the middle of April, and then everybody can start publishing their write-ups. But let me check. Let's see, Twitter, Pico CTF. Yeah, over here. So top middle school teams, they want everybody to wait until they publish all of their winners before we can start doing our write-ups over here. So wait. What is up with these? That's a bit odd. Okay, but yeah. What else? So over at the Reddit, we've got a streaming schedule over here. So we've got this is week 13. It's already week 13 of 2025. Time sure is going really fast. So yeah, so this is basically going to go up until the end of March, and next week it's going to be April already. That's crazy. But what are we doing this week? So we're going to be doing some we're going to be doing some C programming on Friday. So next stream, which is going to be on Friday, we're going to be starting with we're going to be doing some C programming, because we're going to get ready to do our reverse engineering and binary hacking unit. So we need to learn some C programming, and we also need to learn some assembly programming. So we're going to be doing that for most of Friday, and then we're going to be doing some Windows hacking at the end. So we're going to be working on a system from the Hackers Labs, and which is our favorite Spanish language hacking site, the Hackers Labs. If you want to get in on this yourself, then you can go over to this website. We're going to be working on an Active Directory box, and the Active Directory box we're doing is called BIG, B-I-G. Here we go. Here. If you want to download this box and try it ahead of time, then you can access it from here. I always have a lot of fun when I do these Active Directory challenges, and I'm pretty sure that our friend Oreo Byte is also going to be working along with us. So we might do a call with Oreo Byte, do a collaborative stream, and that's gonna be a lot of fun. So that's gonna be on Wednesday. Sorry, that's gonna be on Friday. Today's Wednesday, but let's see. If anybody's looking for more fun InfoSec streamers who talk about hacking and all that other good stuff, this is the list to look at. And it looks like I'm the only person online right now. That's interesting. Let's see if there are any other great Twitch streamers online. It looks like... Looks like it's a bit bare. Oh, science streamers are on. Okay, so the science streamers are people who do science, and they talk about ants, and they talk about all sorts of fun science topics. And every once in a while, we raid into them because they're good people. They're good people. And let's see what they're doing, what they're up to right now. Hold on. But yeah, we'll be back on Friday. I hope everybody has a great rest of their week. And we got a lot of fun. We were working on a lot of fun stuff today, including stuff like privilege escalation and web app stuff. We'll be back on Friday. Before we go, let's go ahead and shout out all the great chatters today. Tommy C06, Sick in the Mind, Defus, and who else was talking? Stan, and let's see, Peanut Gamer, and Zani. We were talking to Zani earlier today, and Nick Bering was also here. Great. Yeah, so we'll be back on Friday. Everybody have a great rest of your week. Defus, I hope you can get some good sleep tonight, because it is super late over in Germany where you are. But let's go ahead and start that raid message. When you arrive in the science channel, please type this raid message. It's going to be hip hop hack frog, just like this. And let's go ahead and start the raid. Got to get that exact channel name. Everybody, thank you very much for watching today, and hope you had a hacking good time. We will see you next time in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, raiding time.
Her. I guess it's fine. Raiders, welcome in the Shy Hat. I hope y'all had a great stream. Welcome. Tonight, Raiders, we have a special guest on by the name of Rocket Sage. She is a geologist extraordinaire, and we were just, we begged her to stay on for another hour to be able to chat more about her journey in the sciences. So guys, welcome in, Shy Hat. I hope you had a great stream. What were y'all hacking? Tell us all the things. And Sage, not sure if you changed anything, but your camera is pixelated now.
Is it really? I didn't. No, I haven't changed anything. I just turned it off and on again to see if that would help.
Okay. I have no idea. Oh, all right. Well, we're just gonna keep going.
Huh. It's really weird.
It's like you were clear as day before our